what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
Welcome, everyone, to a very special Saturday stream. Special for multiple reasons, not the least of which being the thumbnail. One in chat if you like that thumbnail. Two in chat if you're like, Irene, you're not on stream. You're not on stream. Yeah, I know I'm not on stream. Let's fix that. Wait, what's going on? Oh my god. Okay, so it looks like we gotta fix chat, first of all. That's my first order of business. I'm seeing Twitch chat, not seeing the other chat. Okay, we should be good now. We should be good now. I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. How are we today? Is everybody staying warm? I know there's a lot of places in the US, in Canada right now where it's not very warm. But luckily me, I'm okay. I'm okay. You're all bad? Wait, is all bad like the all blue in One Piece? Chat, I think everything's a One Piece reference now. Do you know why, right? You understand why? Can you imagine why I am thinking of everything as a One Piece reference right now? That's right, because we're going to be talking about pirates today. Wait, negative 10 degrees? No, that's bad. That is really bad. Oh my god. This is what I feel like I'm lucky to live in SoCal, in the, region of the country that I live in. One that doesn't get a lot of cold temperatures, although it feels like it's colder than normal right now. It feels like it's colder than normal. You kids need to get down with the boomers. Wait, no, I can get down with the boomers. I just put on some classic rock. I know my classic rock. I know my boomer music. Other people like Andrea know boomer shooters, right? Andrea's like the boss of that, the boomeriest of shooters out there, right? Where me, I just crave good lighting, chat. I just crave good lighting. Okay, is that slightly better lighting? Yeah, I like that. Are you ready for, what is One Piece? No, really? How do we explain One Piece? Some of you. Some rock is not boomer, classic rock, right? Is like right? Isn't that like the right era? As long as it's classic rock. Like Imagine Dragons, not boomer. Led Zeppelin, boomer. It has to be classic rock, or else it's not boomer. So yeah, I mean, strangely enough, as much as this is about pirates, it's also about what's going on in Gaza. In terms of the chain of events that got us to where we're here, talking about whether Hasan and Kyle Kulinski are using sussy talking points, suspect talking points in their defense of the pirates here. The pirates, not of the Caribbean, the pirates of the Red Sea. And that's the question that we're here to answer. Is piracy cool? And if so, how cool is it? And what is the relationship between the piracy that's going on, the piracy that's causing a strike back from the US, and what's going on in Gaza? Because that's gonna come up. That's That's a connection that Vaush doesn't seem to be making. And I don't understand where he's getting his information or lack of information or what. Piracy is unfathomably, you said unfathomably. Moenope is like, how cool is piracy though? Vaush clout chasing? I mean, always. Yo, he's gonna clout chase today and then tomorrow he's gonna complain about clout chasers. And you better believe that he does not like seeing this thumbnail when he name searches, as I'm sure he often does, right, chat? What do you think, chat? If you're Vaush, if you're Captain Morgan Axehand Vaush, you're probably name searching on Twitter, right? What do you think? An ego like that? Does that ego name search? Can you tell me, chat? Does that happen? You're from Minneapolis. It doesn't. Absolutely pro piracy. And if you don't get the reference, I'm not gonna help you. Wait, I'm supposed to help chat now because some of you don't know what One Piece is. Okay, 1 in chat if you do know what One Piece is. 2 in chat if you do not know what. You're like, what is One Piece? What are you talking about? Why does Hasan have a straw hat? Why does Vaush have a golden jaw? If you're one of those people, type 2, because I need to know, like, do I need to go over the reference? 1, okay, so it is the most famous anime manga in all of the world, from what I can tell, the most popular. It's also gotten a Netflix real life. Hey, Vamps, we're getting a lot of 1s in chats. There is a 2. Okay, so I will go. Oh, I know the rap. Oh my god, the rap song is the best. The rap song is the best. Wait, is One Piece Pokemon? Yes, Necrofunk. It is. Well, I mean, like, it feels like it should be in the world of Pokemon. Like, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy and the crew like ran into Pokemon at some point. Like they ran into Ash or Boruto, right? They could run into Boruto, right? You do love One Piece. Okay, that's what I thought. See, I would normally get trolled by you. I would normally get trolled and I'd be like, no, it's actually a different anime altogether. But today I felt like, I don't know. I've had my coffee. I've had my void coffee, chat. Oh my god, I feel like it's time for more though. We're gonna need some more of this by the end of this whole thing. But yeah, it's an anime about pirates, but not pirates like you would think, right? We're not talking about like regular pirates who have just like the hook and the pirate hat and scurvy. They got scurvy. These pirates don't have scurvy. They're not scurvy dogs. They're not scurvy cats either. They're pirates with drip, right? And sometimes that's straw hat drip, which is, you know, drip nonetheless. And sometimes it's like fishman drip, and it's like all the okay. If you no, Mitty, I got you. Are you familiar with the Warriors? Do you know the movie called The Warriors, as in warriors come out to play? Do you understand the Warriors? They're pretty drippy, yeah, it's salty too. But they're not dogs. They're cats. Some of them are cats. Sanji's a cat. Sanji is definitely a cat. Do people know? Hey, what is up? The Warriors was so good. Okay, but Mitty, I gotta know. Does that reference work for you? Because I'm gonna try to use the Warriors to explain One Piece, and I think I got a good idea here. Some people, I'm finding out in chat, just as my illustrious thumbnail designer who made this banger, Vamps, predicted. Vamps said, I don't think that your chat necessarily knows what One Piece is. And she's somewhat right. You know the Warriors. Okay, so One Piece is like if it was the Warriors, but on the sea, on the high sea with pirates, and it's anime. And there's half fish, half humans. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on. Like there's weird crews of pirates. They're weird people. They look weird. They're shaped weird. They act weird. One of them is made of rubber. That's his power. He took a bite of the gum fruit and it turned him into a rubber man, which means that his limbs stretch infinitely out. Yes. And, he can do things. He can punch you by like reaching his fist way back there and then it comes forward. but it's like a rubber band. It's like more than just a fist. It's a rubber band fist because he's rubber. He's the rubber man. And the one drawback to eating the gumma gumma fruit is that now you can't swim. So he's really bad in water, but he's really stretchy, and it works for him somehow. That's like the main guy is Luffy D Monkey, aka Hasan D Piker. And then we got Captain Axe, what's his name? Axe Hand? Yeah, the most important ship, friendship, right? I mean, that's basically what their ship is, right? That's what's the difference between the Straw Hat Pirates and the rest of the pirates. Is the Straw Hat Pirates, they have true friendship, right? And that's a rarity. It's a science show. You eat the gum gum fruit, you turn into rubber. Sometimes you turn into rubber. Wait, no, yeah, the gum gum fruit does that. Oh my god, there's all kinds of different fruits though. One Piece is complicated, and the thing about One Piece is it's been around for freaking ever. Like it's been running, the anime's been running since the 2000s. The manga has been running since, like, what is it, the 80s, the 90s? Like One Piece, and it's still going. It's still going. So it's one of those, like if you've dealt with Bleach before, Bleach is absurdly long. To the point where I feel like I've watched a lot of Bleach and I still have not, I don't know the story. I've missed huge pieces. I didn't start early enough. It has leftist undertones too. The creator is a big communist. Yeah, see, so that's why Hasan is is Luffy D Monkey. And that's why Vaush is one of the Marines, like, right? So it's basically like cops and robbers on the high seas, like the warriors, right? Except the warriors are the Straw Hats, and the cops are the Marines, which is basically like they're Navy cops. They're on boats, they dress in white, they got like, you know, they're dressed like the Navy, right? And they come after the pirates because they're like, you can't do piracy on the high seas. Don't you understand? For global stability, we need our maritime trade. And the pirates don't care about your maritime trade. The pirates have got bigger and better injustices to solve. And it's kind of like what we're dealing with today. The 1,000-Year Blood War anime is great. Marine Boy was 1970s. Vaush's copy. Well, yeah, never heard that before. That's a new one on me, right? I love Irene's entertaining innocence and gullibility. Wait, what did I get? Did I get tricked? Gullibility? What am I getting tricked? Am I playing into Vaush's game? Is he gonna activate his trap card like Yu-Gi-Oh? I think Vaush is just a villain. I mean, yeah, because there's some of the Marines are all right. I mean, they're not cool. They're cops and, you know, ACAB, including Marines, right? But like, there's ones that are like, you can like understand their motives. You're like, okay, I see why you're like that. That makes sense, right? And then there's ones that are just assholes. And I believe the one that Vaush is he's just kind of an asshole. He's the Andrew Tate of the left. That's right. You remember last time. I need to put that video out because I think a lot of people don't know about this drama, and I almost just want to help because it's ridiculous. Like Vaush he fights with enough people already. He doesn't need to be fighting with Robert Evans. But yeah, no, somehow he completely took what Robert Evans was saying about his idea and assumed that it applied to him. Assumed that Robert Evans thought that, you know, he was a cult leader. And, you know, Robert Evans, behind the bastards, never said that to Vaush. So, and this time I feel like we're gonna have a similar thing, right? Where we're kind of talking past each other, where Hasan is saying stuff and maybe Vaush is like half understanding or not understanding or doesn't want to understand, right? And it's gonna be a little frustrating. So, you know, buckle up, Buttercup. Is that a phrase even? Hey, you know what else I gotta have from you if I can ask you of something? I've got a Twitter thread and it's right here, okay? And I wanted to, oh my god, I'm unable to pin. Is there anybody in YouTube chat that can pin it for me? I can't pin the tweet, even though it's tweet. I can't pin the chat, even though it's my own chat, and I should be able to pin it easily. It won't let me do it. It's preventing me from actively pinning my own chat, and that's sad. But I bet there's some enterprising mod in Twitch that can fix that for me. I think. At least I'm counting on that. Ha ha ha. There we go. There you go. It's for YouTube too. I shared it with YouTube. I shared it with both chats. Both chats can share in boosting my Twitter thread for me because it really helps me. Because I am incredibly naive, as Midi Doctors has said, you know. I'm naive and innocent, and therefore I need your help. I need your help. Irene, you've won me over. You're more entertaining and well-versed than Kufels. I mean, I'm sure Kufels knows about some things that I don't know, but yeah, more entertaining. I won't disagree with you there. I mean, it's probably subjective, right? I can't be like, I am objectively a better streamer than Kufels, but I think that I'm subjectively more entertaining. Chief mod on YouTube can pin it. Yeah, oh wait, I need to pin it on YouTube too. Oh, I need to give somebody chief mod. Or, like, yeah, we've got mod powers that I'm not even using. There we go, we're gonna pin the chat. And I'm gonna see if anybody was able to pin it. Is anybody able to pin it over in YouTube chat? That would be awesome if there's any mods over there. You're more informative than Keffels? Well, I'm not trying to, like, you know, out Keffels, that's for sure. I don't think I could handle that. I think I get tired, right? I don't mind covering drama. I mean, if it's interesting, if it's... Even if it's frustrating, right? I don't mind covering drama. I just wouldn't want to be the drama every single day. Like, that seems a bit much. Soul Life is trying. Oh my god. I'm not sure how the permissions work. Hate drama, generally it's wrecker behavior. I like it when it's drama, but it's about something that's actually important. I like it when the drama directs attention into what we should be paying attention to anyway. That's my favorite kind of drama to have to deal with. But yeah, I know what you mean in terms of just people, you never know, right? When somebody's like starting shit just to start shit versus when there's like a real point to something, somebody makes a principled stand on something, right? That gets called drama too. You know, somebody gets attacked for having an opinion, that gets called drama. A lot of things get called drama, and that aren't necessarily like what we think of when we think of like streamers like Keffels, who like legitimately, I've seen Keffels like make up a thing that's not important, but now it is important because Keffels is talking about it. And yeah, I've seen that happen. I have seen that happen. I am not sure if these are real. Are these real memberships? I can't tell. Vaush and his need to start fights with people. Yeah, I guess. Well, today he's gonna we're gonna journey on the high seas. You know, here's what's annoying, okay? There's more than just this from Vaush. Right? And I'm kind of uncomfortable with it. Because I feel like my last thumbnail had Vaush on it too. And maybe like a couple thumbnails back from that also had Vaush on it. And like, this is not the like, let's cover Vaush channel, right? I don't want to be stuck on that beat. He's, you know, unfortunately quite influential in the sphere, and you know, has a lot of viewpoints, many of which I disagree with. And you know, disagreeing with somebody is a good way to frame whatever you're trying to talk about if you want to put attention on it. Wait, he's trending right now. Dare I click on his trend? Look at this. This is how I feel with the popcorn right now. This is how except instead of popcorn, it's void coffee. Oh my god, I'm so scared to click on this. What is he trending? Why is he trending? Intentionally leaves out. Oh, because of this. This is why. Vaush is calling. Oh my god. So I guess we should start with the clips. You want to do that? You want to do? It's all WAP Goblin. WAP Goblin, apparently the NCC of Twitter, I guess. You know, we should bring on WAP sometime. Just see what's up. Look at that. Prolific. Prolific. Wow. It's like all WAP Goblin for the first, like, that's amazing. Look, WAP Goblin, if you're out there, if you're an NCC viewer, I would love to talk to you. I would love to have a conversation. Okay. Let's see what you posted. Vaush intentionally leaves out the fact that the Houthi blockade was in response to the genocide in Gaza. That's that's how I read it. Now, granted, chat, we're talking about nation states here. Nation states aren't always or even usually good actors, right? And I don't know anything particularly about the government of Yemen, particularly the Houthi government. I know that they've had a protracted civil war, and the United States has contributed to the Saudi military actions that have caused a lot of deaths and casualties, civilian casualties in the area. But I'm not signing off on just like this government is like doing things for the reason that they say, but there is genocide going on, and there does need to be a ceasefire. It needs to stop. We're looking at between 20,000 and 30,000 people, losing their lives in Gaza. When you add up the entirety of those, who were injured, missing, or not alive, it's more like 90,000. It's something needs to happen. Okay, so
like doing a genocide. Like the way lefties talk about this, that, and if you try to stop the genocide in your own little way, we're going to come and blow you up. I like the implication of this being the idea that America wouldn't have struck the Houthis and initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian if Israel wasn't currently doing a genocide. Like the way lefties talk about this, the only reason we're doing this is because the Jews told us to. And if Israel was just minding its own business right now,
wow,
and it had nothing to do with Israel, we would actually be totally okay with the Houthis just firing missiles at random civilian ships in open waters, Like that is legitimately the implication of what Hasan is saying. That
I don't, oh my god, we're gonna have to watch this. We're gonna have to watch this. I don't think that's the implication of what Hasan is saying. Intentionally leaves out the fact that the blockades are in response to the, to paint Hasan as an anti, he did. He went from 0 to Hasan's an anti-Semite in like less than a second there. That was amazing. Vaush literally claims everyone to the left is a blight on the Western left, including squad members, due to their anti-American foreign policy. This is his hobby horse, right? This guy is like NATO pilled. This guy is like State Department pilled.
Vaush or leftist real? I don't know. I don't know. Man, every time I don't watch Hasan for a month or two, I think, man, I should probably stop having so many like mental negative associations. He's probably not as bad as I think. And then I see anything he has to say on foreign policy, and immediately it's like, wait, hold on, wait. This guy's
from Vaush, the foreign policy knower.
Literally like a blight on the Western left. They all are. The main issue is that like it's not just Hasan, dude. It's like literally every leftist online. I'm not even joking. I feel like I might actually be.
It's just a weird leftism that signs off on literally every State Department decision, every every state action by the United States. It's a truly weird leftism. I guess you could call it like a cop leftism. I don't know.
In terms of large content creators, the lone ship in the sea, so to speak here.
You're the lone ship in the sea. You're the Marine. He is, chat. That's how he sees himself. That's how that's if this was Persona, Vaush would literally be like a naval captain.
Everyone else, including like squad,
and his palace would be a ship, and you'd have to go through and sink it.
I have no idea why Vaush or leftist.
Okay, that's how we're starting. Glorified the Nord Stream pipeline blowing up. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember if Vaush said that or not. Has unlocked the most egotistical rant of all time. He like unlocked. Oh no.
Please don't go insane like these people. I think the reason why I haven't gone insane like these people is because I have enough of a personality and like good enough takes and perspectives that I can sort of like project my identity and my analysis without relying on the same tired lefty tropes of like, you know, America bad or whatever. People say that I'm a good onboarding or intro to leftism sometimes, but I don't think I am.
That's the trope. Instead of a 1950s like attitude towards foreign policy, like literally visualizing the United States as a shining city on the hill, Cold War, McCarthyite, you know, takes on anyone to the left of you.
Because that would imply that there's anything but me.
This guy loved Orwell. Orwell literally like ratted out supposedly fellow leftists, right?
After this, but I genuinely think that if you look at most other so-called orthodox leftist content creators, their takes are more juvenile and insipid than mine ever are, even when I'm feeling particular.
Fucking talk like a he's an anime villain, chat. He really is. That's what he is. Yo, Vamps was like prescient when she made that thumbnail, right? Like he literally is Captain Morgan from One Piece.
Particularly spicy that day. Like you go to other content creators on the left and like a lot of them like, dude, listen to what we listen to. He's the biggest lefty streamer, dude. What the it literally is like America bad, America bad, America bad, America bad.
Aren't you glad you have me, chat? I mean, sorry, I wasn't saying that. I'm saying that the Vaush is saying that, but
there's nothing beyond that. You know, any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like that's it, you know? Please don't go.
That's what you hear is America bad? The thing is, like, it's not. It's more nuanced than that. Like, right?
They're rabble rousers. They don't actually care about Palestinians. They're anti-Semites, and they're galvanizing people against the West. They had plenty of reasons to do that before, and now they're doing it by engaging in indiscriminate piracy. They're just doing shit. There's no consistency. There's no strategy. They're rabble rousers.
They're rabble rousers? Seriously, what is up with his anime villain arc?
The Nazis are pro-Houthis. There's a reason for that.
What? Oh my god.
There are
we'll get into this. I remember him talking about this.
Ideological parallels between Nazis and the group that has "Cursed be the Jews" on their flag. Like dude, horseshoe theory is unironically true.
Yeah, that is a sussy flag.
Very sorry to say to all of you guys, I'm not a part of it, but it is true. I'm kind of not joking. Unfortunately, you know, liberals have a point on this one. When it comes to anti-Semitism, the left is not beating the allegations. Literally, what the dude? The not.
Okay, Jesus Christ. I love that that we're worrying about like other leftists like perpetuating that idea that like I don't know, and like without more of, I mean, we'll see what he says about it, right? But this is the kind of thing that allows people to conflate, you know, anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism.
He said some insanely racist shit about Kurds so many times. Yeah, because to him, Kurds are like the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans. The Kurds are like an inconvenient.
He said bad thing. No, wait, really? Oh my god.
Group.
See, citation needed on this one. I don't know that Hasan has ever said that.
The oppression they experience is usually done at the behest of anti-American governments. So he has to pretend that the Kurds are like hog people. Oh yeah, the Uyghur Muslims, the Tibetans, they're hog people. They might.
Wait, no, he says hogs, but he's not talking. If he ever says hogs, what he's saying is that somebody has like a socially conservative, maybe even like nationalistic or jingoistic you know, like, right, if he's ever using hog to describe like people outside of the United States, he's comparing them to, you know, your MAGA uncle, which we're going to get into this later, but there's like a little bit of ideological diversity within the far right that I would like to point out, because it exists and it's important to take note of, that there are people out there, far right people like Jackson Hinkle on one end, who, you know, would be essentially, you know, against what Israel's doing, possibly for other reasons than concern for people in Palestine. And then there are you know, Trump himself is like very pro-Israel. Like, look at like Elon Musk. He uses his pro-Israel stance to kind of as a fig leaf against his own anti-Semitism, right? There is, you know, there are varying views on this. Vaush seems to think that the actual Trump coalition, the hogs, as Hasan would say, are universally isolationist and therefore against any sort of foreign aid to I don't know. He's got a weird oversimplified perspective on this.
Be oppressed, and they might have been colonized or brutalized or murdered, but they're hog people. They're spiritually aligned with the United States because they don't support, the glorious People's Republic of.
I mean, he definitely doesn't use that, like, hog people. That sounds really chuds. Yeah, I think that's what. Okay, so did we ever get my yeah, I guess not. Look, can we do this again? Are there any mods in chat? Anyone able to pen this message? Look, I did it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh yeah, definitely hit that like on YouTube. Yeah, sorry for ignoring you, but this is the time that I will not ignore you. I just wanted to look at what's going on Twitter. And like it was all WAP Goblin all day. WAP Goblin owns this hashtag. WAP Goblin owns Vaush, and that's that. Most of his positions are incredibly reductive. But what's not reductive is the fact that this is your time to give some love to that Twitter thread. If you can. If you have a Twitter, if you have a presence on Twitter and you want to help me out here, this is the time to do that. As you can see, people's GIFs are showing up on stream, and so can yours. So can if you like the stream, if you retweet the stream, or if you reply to the stream, then you can be here for a limited time only. There is kind of a lot going on today. I wanna take note of it before we go to this Vaush versus Hasan thing that's gonna consume like the entire stream, right? So Vivek, it was on Tim Pool with Candace Owens. That sounds cursed. Somebody told me, can chat confirm this for me? Is there a Ben Shapiro Alex Jones debate? Is that real? Can somebody confirm that for me? You should be ignored? I don't know. Like, I try to not always. I mean, sometimes I get like focused on what I'm doing, but it's never on purpose because I always want to see what chat has to say. I'm always curious about what's going on in chat. I don't think these leftists are left-wing. I'm alone on an island. The people don't like me for some reason. Oh my God. See, this is the thing. Like I said, I don't hate anybody. None of my coverage of Vaush is coming from a place of hate or anything. I generally disagree with Vaush. I don't think that his presence is a positive thing, but it's definitely not about hate. But like it's like shit like this. Like when he gets all God, what is the king from that one Shakespeare play where he jumps off the like cliff or something, but then it's like not that high. Lear. It's like King Lear. Vaush is acting like King Lear. Islamophobia never truly went away post 9/11. It's been resurging, true. Hasan talks about the flag as well. Yeah, I would be surprised if he didn't, right? Yeah, I mean, like I said, that flag is it's the weirdest flag I've ever seen because it's like mostly writing. It's like more of a poem, but the poem is like is anti-Semitic. So it's not a good poem. Great. I ignore chat and then chat ignores me. I guess I deserve it. Vaush would lose his mind if Trump oh yeah. Cheers, my peeps. That's kind of like, yeah, cheers. Whenever I say cheers now, I want to say cheers, my dude. And then like no homo, right? That tipster meme has just yeah, I'm getting ignored by chat. I was ignoring chat while I was reading through like all the, or like watching all the Vaush clips, and then it's my fault that chat ignores me. I can't even complain, really. I can't complain. It's my fault. I did this to myself, okay? So I'm just gonna have to put on... I'm just gonna have to put on the sad music. Just one of those days, chat. He'd hate Second Thought's new video. Oh, isn't Second Thought's making a new channel, right? Like, is Second Thought gonna do a channel on, like, cameras and, like, how to make YouTube videos and stuff? Chat, I'm supposed to interact with you at the beginning of the stream. I'm the weirdest streamer in the world, and somehow like nothing works normally for me. Do you know that normal streamers, like they come in and they're like, hey chat, and they just talk to chat, and chat talks to them, and it's this whole thing. This whole back and forth between the chat and the streamer, and the chat kind of feels a little bit let down if the streamer doesn't pay attention to them at the beginning, because that's like the reward for being there early. Cry, Irene? Am I crying? Oh, the new video is called Are We the Baddies? This is a nice song. Yeah, I just needed some sad music to reflect my inner... Are we pro Hasan or pro Vaush? What do you think, chat? Or should, like, I mean, we could watch the video first and decide, right? Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you, is there's more Vaush stuff, right? Do you remember how not last time, it was a little while ago. I think it was the day that we talked about Vaush and... No, wait, it was before that, wasn't it? I reacted to a video that Vaush did where he was debating a chatter from chat. The chatter seemed to think that, you know, some of Vaush's talking points were a little too close to like incel, red pill, MRA talking points. And, you know, being respectful, being nice, not calling anybody any names or anything like that, right? But was kind of, you know, giving Vaush a little pushback on that. And Vaush was like, oh, no, you're actually incorrect. This is all the stuff that gets in the way of the left. And I've got it figured out. I know how to bring in edgy right-wing dudes. And we just got to hear him be like, actually, you know, the MRAs kind of have a point here, and they also have a point there, and right. And like, I kind of thought, okay, this is like the end of that content, right? He does this once in a while, right? Where he has like a really, really reactionary take. And just so I don't have to cover him all the time, I like cover those. I cover the most reactionary takes. I don't cover every reactionary take that Vaush has. Otherwise, this would be the Vaush channel, and I would never get to talk about anything else, anyone else. It would just be all Vaush all the time. I'd be the WAP Goblin of YouTube and Twitch, is what I'm saying. Just kidding. WAP Goblin obviously does not just talk about... That's gonna get clipped. I'm sorry, WAP Goblin, if you're seeing this. Don't, like, cook me too hard on Twitter, okay? Okay? And you can come on. At least Hasan isn't a radlib. Yeah, so we're gonna take a look at Hasan's analysis of this as reacted to by Vaush, right? But I want to mention that there is also another stream, like that, or another video that he's done that's actually maybe even two videos, right? Relating to Laura Croft and Anita Sarkeesian. And he's just like digging up the Gamergate stuff and being like, hey, you know, I gotta say, these gators kind of had a point about Anita Sarkeesian. They were kind of, you know, right? Like, you know, obviously I don't endorse any of the harassment. Obviously, he says, right? Vaush doesn't endorse any of the harassment against Anita Sarkeesian, but, you know, he's got like a lot of problems with Anita Sarkeesian, a lot of problems with, you know, so-called feminists, and that's where we see it, right? It's generally not like a reactionary take on like, you know, trans issues or anything like that, because that's too close to his brand. That's too close to his community, right? But you will see reactionary takes when it comes to things like feminism, when it comes to issues of race. That's where you usually see them. So I don't know if we're gonna have time for that. We'll leave it up. How about this? I'll leave it up to the gods of the internet. We have a sub goal, right? If we hit any of those sub goals, you will get a little extra bonus of Vaush versus Anita Sarkeesian, if that is to your liking. Okay, that's something else that we can cover. I just like, ugh, it's a lot of Vaush, isn't it? So, does it feel like a lot of Vaush? Because it feels like a lot of Vaush to me. I need a Vaush detox after this, right? And a Hasan detox. We'll detox from everything. But yeah, this is I'm gonna give people a few more minutes to get in here and to give some love to this tweet. It's the pen tweet right now. If you can, if you want to. Likes, retweets, and comments are much appreciated, and you can appear in some form on stream at the same time. Yeah, this is the thumbnail that we're dealing with. It's the pain thumbnail. I feel like I'm the one that should have pain on top of my head and like have two Vaushes that on either side of me causing that pain, right? I don't feel like he should get to use this thumbnail considering he is the primary person inflicting pain on me. Right? I feel like it's stolen valor, chat. Anybody else feel that? Also, what is up with this? Oh my god. Vaush's swag. Vaush's drip. Look at how he's... Oh my god! Did I really drink all of my void coffee? Chat, I drank all my coffee somehow. I'm kind of like, what? Weasel! Drank all of my coffee. Like, I made too little coffee and it turned out to be a
Dingus Gambit.
And then I was like,
This is going bad.
This is gonna go really bad without coffee. I need some coffee. I need the coffee. Chat's talking about Jen literally getting a headache in anticipation of reactionary Vaush. Yeah, I feel like he's like a Psyduck or something. Doesn't Psyduck give you a headache? I feel like I remember that being a thing.
It literally is like America bad, America bad, America bad, America bad. Like there's nothing beyond that, you know. Any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like that's it, you know. It's juvenile. It's like an unwillingness to critically engage with the complexities of the world.
You know, for like such an edgy boy that Vaush is, and I'll give him that, he's an edgy boy. He manages to be incredibly soy at the same time. What was that?
It literally is like America bad, America bad, America bad, America bad. Like there's nothing beyond.
Like, do you realize this is a thought terminating cliche, right? There's no real information conveyed in America bad, right? other than the fact that you're strawmanning your opponent. You're taking somebody who does see nuance, who does see, you know, in multiple dimensions. Like, I mean, you could have your opinions about his analysis. You can have your opinions about like the breaking news stuff, right? Feel free to have your opinions about Hasan. Lord knows that I do, right? But you can't really say that he is like one gear only, and it's America bad. That's
beyond that, you know, any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like, that's it, you know, it's juvenile. It's like
you want to talk about juvenile? Jesus Christ.
Unwillingness to critically engage with the complexities of the world.
Look, if we want to talk about juvenile, hit that sub goal and we'll see that video on Anita Sarkeesian if you want to see juvenile, okay? I can supply you with juvenile if you are so interested.
America operates on the boundaries of self-interest. That's it. It's that simple. The side that's trying to stop the genocide is done. It's very obvious. If people start blowing up like random parts of America because there's ammo depots there, like what are we talking about? You can't do that. You are the United States of America. You're like 8,000 miles away from this area, and you've decided like I'm gonna blow up your weapons depot. Like this makes no sense. Just did it, Bubba.
The Houthis attacked international maritime trade. Huh?
He's got to get his tendies, right? They're on the way through the Red Sea, and he's got to get them in time. That would...
I feel like every time I hear this get described, the impression I get from the...
I feel like Vaush just ordered something off of Prime. I don't know.
Description is that the U.S., like, for no reason, just moseyed on 10,000 miles east to, like, bomb Yemen. Like, nothing.
But what Vaush didn't realize is that he could have used that Prime to get out of the ad break on Twitch for no cost to himself. What Vaush didn't realize is that he could get all of my emotes and no longer have to see any ads when he's lurking in my chat, right? With just a Twitch Prime subscription. He could also pay $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile if he so chooses to get out of the ad break, or if he was lucky enough, he might even be given a gift sub, right? That does happen, that can happen, that will happen, but it's more likely to happen to someone like Vaush if he's actually active in the chat, which he's not being. Vaush, if you're lurking right now, it's not going to get you a gift sub. That's all I'll say.
Thing happened prior to that.
I know it makes a lot of people's dicks hard to think like, oh, they're doing this and we're showing our might.
It does
towards a population of people that we had been doing we had been genociding basically, and not directly genociding, indirectly genociding with a regional proxy. Like we outsourced our genocide.
The really frustrating thing about this conversation is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of progress in applying pressure towards a ceasefire, which needs to happen like a month ago, right? There's not a lot of roots to that. And like this is potentially like one pressure point, and here's the reaction to it. Here's the reaction.
Side of the Yemeni population to Saudi Arabia, okay?
And now we're here to do it ourselves.
It blows my mind that like Americans champion this kind of thing. You get no
but it's just like Vaush, you have a better idea. Like what is Vaush's
benefits from this, dog? They're not even doing this for your
I mean, Israel's getting cooked in the ICJ, but it's questionable how that's actually gonna pan out. I've heard different people, both of whom I think are pretty well versed on these issues, have very different opinions on the likely outcome of the ICJ. Some people seem to be of the opinion that it's just like there's no way like anything's going to come of this, and there's some that are saying like that there's no way that there's not going to be any resulting outcome from how ridiculous the Israeli defense is, and how kind of watertight the the South African case is, right?
Security They're doing this to flex for Israel, basically.
Dude, man, God damn it. You guys are going to end up making me sympathize with the, like, liberals in the UK, who, like, the Labour Party's anti-Semitic or whatever. Dude.
So there we go. There's where it starts. Like Hasan says, they're flexing for Israel. And Vaush immediately goes to, like, that's, you know, you're saying that Israel controls the, yeah, I don't know. He's kind of, it's like, I see where he's leapfrogging, but it is a leap. It is quite a leap.
Dude, come on. Holy.
It is a bit of a stretch there to think that that's what Hasan was saying, that
shit. I really do. There's like a horseshoe theory thing or whatever, where there's like a group of people who understand that America is the big dog here, and that Israel is like, we keep around and we defend because of like a regional proxy wedge against Iran and like.
Yeah, you know the interesting thing about the horseshoe theory? It's a great way to push away any sort of leftist analysis of the system as it stands, right? So if we just take, because what it is like, you know what? The far right, the far left, they're kind of like the same thing. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It would be better if we could cut that part out and just, you know, get back to the end of history. Let's get back to brunch. Let's get back to, we're all liberals now. That's the, right? It's just a weird thing to hear from a guy that calls himself a libertarian socialist.
Other stuff or whatever. And then like on both the far right and the far left, there's the belief that,
although I guess it depends on what you mean by
was actually calling the shots, you know. I don't know.
Wait, is that they're flexing for Israel? Is that the same as saying they're calling the shots? Is that the same as like doing the whole?
It's very frustrating. Or lefties just incredibly uncharitable. Well, it's just that lefties can't do foreign policy anymore. They used to be able to, you know.
So it's additionally odd when Americans are
like 100 years
they're
ago.
going to find out why we don't have healthcare.
2000, so 1924. 100 years ago, like World War I, that that's the foreign policy that he's pining for, liberal foreign policy in 19. I don't got it. It's probably just random. I don't think he meant anything. I don't think he meant to imply any specific world event.
And it's like, bro, you really think that's chill? You just said it's cool that you don't have healthcare because America gets the aid and abet in genocide. Like, you think that's
aid and abet in genocide by,
and there's the ad break,
attacking depots that were firing drones and missiles at civilian vessels in the Red Sea. It's just,
right now. That is what you would be saying. But when America's doing it, it's like, no, actually.
Look, I gotta say, even if you're like Vaush and you think that there's no way in hell that this is like, you know, anything to do with Gaza, right? They are saying that is to do with Gaza. That is the, you know, the cause of the action. If you really believe that, why not call them on their bluff, right? I just think this is the thing. It's like, instead of like, you know, oh no, you know what, we should start potentially a war with Yemen, potentially with Iran. Like, we should escalate things versus, you know, there should have been a ceasefire like a long time ago, and we can't let this continue to go on.
You don't get it, dog. This is, you know, I'm doing profound foreign policy analysis here, okay? Let me tell you. I somehow always magically find the exact triangulated position that America is good, actually. They're trying their best. You see two of some of the worst genocidal superpowers historically come together.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that the real tendency isn't like towards America bad, right? It's towards America good. It's towards the shining city on the hill mythology that Vaush seems to endorse half of the time.
And like start bombing Yemen, a country that they were, you know, dishing out their regional actors to do a genocide in. Shortly after that genocide is ended, the blockade is ended. And you're like, I think the guys that were doing the genocide are the...
Speeches like this are meant to sound good to lefties because they appeal to the vibes that people on the left are sympathetic.
That's what Hasan was saying. Like, you know, what can I say to appeal to the lefties? let me try to appeal to some of the vibes that lefties are sympathetic to. Let's give a vibes-based analysis. Let's give it a vibes-based speech.
You know, there's a bunch of like vague allusions to the imperial, colonial, and genocidal tendencies of the US and the UK, which exist, certainly. That's why the vibe impression works. The truth of the matter is that this is purely about international maritime trade, and precision strikes were taken against Houthi targets. This has literally
Precision strikes?
It has nothing.
Precision strikes. That is straight out of a military source. Like, right? If Vaush is talking about something that was in the news, right? That's literally their PR. Don't worry, it was precision strikes. Only the bad people. Only the bad people.
Thing whatsoever to do, even with the broader population of Yemen. It's a specific response to a specific set of behaviors.
Oh yeah, if you've got links, make sure to put them in the Discord. We have a whole channel for stream suggestions, and that's a great place to leave suggestions for the stream.
But this sounds convincing because it's like gesturing vaguely at this, like, oh wow, two imperial nations coming together to attack a country that's been the victim of a genocide funded by the
you're on the
United
limit.
States. That's not wrong. That's
What's up with the limit?
true, but it also doesn't speak to the actual.
Why do they do that?
Matter, you know, it's focusing on the points that are irrelevant to distract you from the ones that are relevant. Which, you know, it doesn't actually answer anything. It doesn't resolve anything or give you any understanding of the conflict. There's a reason why so many of the people in chat who have questioned me on this seem to be coming from a place of literally no knowledge, you know? There are a lot of people in chat. Basically, everyone I've seen on Twitter or in my own chat who disagrees with me seems to disagree with me on illegitimate grounds. Not to say that there's no way to legitimate.
Okay, so he's basically like, you know, you could argue with this with me, but everybody's, you know, nobody's qualified, right? You're all gatekept. None of you understand maritime trade enough to really make this argument with me. But I'm willing to grant there could be an argument. Oh, how, you know, good faith of you, Vaush. I'm so happy to see that. That's but only Vaush is qualified, apparently, right?
Disagree with me, you can. That's fine. But a lot of people who disagree just don't seem to know what the is going on, or they don't seem to understand what maritime trade is. So as a consequence of that, it's like you don't even have the grounds to disagree with me. You could know more to disagree with me, but you don't know enough to disagree with me. And
I love how his position requires him to assume the rationale for the actions by the Houthis, right? He knows that this is not, none of this is, they're not doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it literally like to be pirates or something. I don't know what his take is. I don't know what his I don't know what his deal is, right? Because like that, I mean, that's the only thing that you could, if you're gonna assume that, you know, it's not about Gaza, it's not about any of this. It's a chance for you to be pirates. You always wanted to be pirates. You dreamed of being pirates. You watched every single episode of One Piece. You were on the current arc. You're caught up on the manga. You're basically like, is he? Midi is right, and yes, end the slide, and your ships will be okay. I mean, it's worth trying. In fact, whether or not it makes the maritime trade go easier, right? You should still do it. You should still do it.
And I feel like a lot of these people are Hasan viewers. I don't know, like, it's vibes-based analysis, you know? Like, it's not to say, you know, there's no validity to bringing up the fact that America, you know, participation in genocide, assisting Saudi Arabia in the, like...
90% of the countries do not agree with the U.S. Bombing Yemen.
You know, many dead in Yemen, that kind of thing. But...
I love how Vaush gives no context to this, just vibes. The irony, it is ironic. There's a lot of projection. Look, and I'm really, I swear to God, I do not want to be, you know, hypocritical about this and, like, you know, calling projection just for the sake of calling projection. In other words, like, Vaush's bullshit tactics do not justify in my mind me using, you know, bullshit tactics back, and yet I somehow don't think this is bullshit. I feel like I've seen it happen again and again and again, where projection is utilized almost tactically by Vaush.
Like, by qualifying only those points, you're misleading people on the actual cause and like consequences of this conflict. It's very much like an aesthetic position. It's very aesthetically charming, you know? It's very aesthetically
It's charming?
compelling.
That's what you think that Hasan's doing, is trying to be charming? He's like, wouldn't it be cool to take it to the high seas, just like Luffy D. Monkey? Eat the gum fruit? Block maritime trade? Don't you think it'd be right?
The good guys here, I think. Yeah. Genuine question: why does everyone complain about the supposed America is bad takes you have? Isn't there?
You think? Yeah, I don't know what he thinks. Like, that's the problem, right? Is that he's impugning others, you know, like takes on this, like, you know, their understanding of the matter, right? But he's not giving us his own. He's not giving us of like, here's what I think that's really going on, right? They're just a bunch of anti-Semitic pirates out there being, you know, singing anti-Semitic sea shanties and blocking trade for the fun of it.
Enough proof to show that they are bad? Yes, because they, you know what the reason why?
See, that's it. That's the vibes take that I'm talking about right there. Why are people contesting your belief that America bad? Isn't America bad? Like, this has nothing to do with what's being discussed, but like that.
Wait, Keffel said tankyism is popular. Oh, I love that she said that's a neologism, tankyism. It's wild how Vaush and his community supports every U.S. I know, right? That's the real coinkydink, right? Is the not America bad, but America good.
The important aesthetic point that they
shining city on the hill. End of history. Yes.
Feel the need to constantly reaffirm. You know, it's
Western civilization.
It's like a big.
Is that a little bit of a leap from me? I don't know, Chad. I'm sure I'll catch hell for that one.
Like drum circle where everyone's chanting like, well, you know, America bad, America bad. Like you have to.
That's what we do. We hippie drum circles, right? We all get the drums and we sing America bad, America bad.
Talking point A, talking point B. Okay. But
somebody pulls out an acoustic guitar.
America bad, right? Yeah, America bad, America bad. Again, it's vibes. It's aesthetics.
People get very mad at that.
That's right. I'm just doing it to look cool, Vaush.
Liberals fancy themselves to be like intellectually superior to the dumb hogs that they want to desperately not identify.
And this, by the way, this is like the lefty, like you mom and dad aesthetic that so many of the
let's actually see. Yeah, there we go.
Like they love the idea that the discourse that's happening right now is lefties wisely proclaiming America bad and liberals hearing that and going, no, America.
It's more like this. Liberals, like, okay, so what he's going to claim here is that like liberals were against the war in Iraq. Yeah. In 2006, right? 4 years too late, liberals were against the war in Iraq. That's right. They finally figured it out because the war was going bad. It wasn't because it was the wrong thing to do or anything like that. It was because it had negative consequences, for the country in terms of casualties, right? That's why that's why you got the 2006 Congress, the largely like anti-war Democratic Congress. Like, if you think those people have woken up, you are sadly deluded. Those are the people that shat on Bernie, that voted for Hillary, and that after Trump won, could not wait to get back to brunch.
Good. As if liberals haven't, since the Iraq War, been doing the whole like America's a shit country actually bit. Like, the discourse they're on is literally decades out of date. Liberals have been performatively indicating that America is a fallen country full of dipshits and rednecks for decades now. There's a highly classist element to it in a lot of cases, you know. The reasons why they say America.
Well, yeah, and there's it's not the okay. So, like, he's not pointing out what I'm pointing out, okay? But what I will point out is that if you envision the Trump coalition as being economically disadvantaged as a way of, typifying them, as a way of distinguishing them from other voting cohorts, you're wrong. They're not less wealthy than normal, they're more wealthy than normal. They're less likely to be somebody who does manual labor and more likely to be somebody who owns like a what does Chapo say? Like a jet ski shop, right? In Terre Haute, right? That's who they are. That's the Trump voting coalition. They're small business tyrants, right? And I think that Hasan knows this. He's accusing Hasan of having like the same sort of like, dismissive attitude towards I mean, like this is a weird thing to talk about, right? Because it's just not who the Trump coalition actually are. They do, I guess, see them as like themselves as the salt of the earth American people. They will, take the fact that they're a small business owner and kind of like, steal some valor from that and act like they've got it really hard, but they're not. They're more wealthy than average, right? That's who they were. That's who showed up at January 6th, right? And like half of the time the media is like using that as an excuse. Well, you don't understand these economically disadvantaged whites are, right, like that's the reason they're voting for Trump. No, that's not. They're voting for Trump because he hates the same people that they hate. And if that sounds like me being classist, then damn, I'm being classist from like nowhere, right? I gotta be the most brazen bitch out there because I got nothing, Chad, nothing to be classist about.
Bad may not be the same ones that lefties do, but like the idea that liberals are like bulking.
I got holes in my my hoodie.
At this, they're like waging a shower war. They're having a battle in their minds, against the liberal that is their mother and their father, which is,
oh my God. You are fucking hippies with mommy and daddy issues. You are hipsters with mommy and dad. That's what he's saying. Like, God, I could get this from so many right wingers. And yet here I am getting it from Vaush. Vaush, right? LA Vaush. That's right. That's who we're getting it from, right?
Relevant to the situation.
Like, did I just kind of did I just get called a fail daughter by Vaush? Is that what I'm getting?
But when it comes to foreign policy, if you are pro-American global dominance, you are identical to a hog. That's it.
See, that's it. If you think that piracy of international maritime trade is bad, it's because you're pro-American dominance. Never mind the fact that it's an identical and not relevant to the situation in Yemen. I feel.
But when it comes to foreign policy, if you are pro-American global dominance, you are identical to a hog. That's it.
See, that's it. If you think that piracy of international maritime trade is bad, it's because you're pro-American dominance. Never mind the fact that it's an international coalition and the UN security.
It's because you think that the more important priority is to get that trade going again, rather than get that ceasefire going, right? Which is identical to a hog perspective.
Council backed the vote prior without the dissent from Russia or China. They could have said no, they could have ruled no, but they didn't, But no, this is America doing it. The only reason America and the UK are the ones handling it is because A, the UK wants to buddy along because they want something to do, their country's dying, why not? And America just has so many boats, like choo-choo, big boats.
I'm telling you, this guy's a Marine from One Piece.
The difference between a hog and a liberal is that on its foundations, they still come from the same place, American exceptionalism, and America has to be the world police. Just the hog says more slurs while conducting.
This is such like I'm 5 and this is smart leftist analysis. Yeah, that's the difference between liberals and conservatives. Yeah, that's true. I mean, neocons are liberals, and there's an analysis to be made there in
there we go.
Social perspectives. But right now, neoconservatives are the vast minority in government. Like the conservatives in government are fascist aligned, which means that they're not like this isn't the far right in American government is making the same talking points as the left. They're doing.
Okay. So what I see here is Hasan, maybe you could say that Hasan's oversimplifying like politics by saying the hogs are pro-American exceptionalism, are pro-interventionism, are, right, but there is a contingent, and I spoke to this before, the Jackson Hinkles of the world, who are, as Vaush is describing them. However, right? So Vaush is pointing out that Hasan's perspective lacks nuance, sure. Right, Vaush, your perspective also lacks nuance. You're saying it's the other way around. You're like, oh no, I know right-wingers, and you know what they are? They're really anti-aid to Israel, and they're really, you know, like they're the Jackson Hinkles. Yes, those people exist, and you know, they're not in a small number. But if you look at the mainstream MAGA coalition, they are on Israel's side. So this split the right to some extent, right? There's not a unified monolithic viewpoint on the right, on the far right in the MAGA coalition as far as, you know, whether to support you know, Israel or not, right? It is kind of split. And some of those people that are, you know, on the far right that aren't supporting Israel, it's like, you know, for the wrong reasons, right? They're not worried about the people in Gaza, and it might have something to do more with like actual anti-Semitism. That part of the right exists, as does the part of the right that is anti-Semitic and supports Israel. Look at Elon Musk, right? It's so convenient for people like that. It's so convenient for people that have some anti-Semitic skeletons in their closet to just say, actually, I support Israel. I support Israel all the way. How could I possibly be anti-Semitic if I support? Well, yeah, so that's what you have. You got on the far right, you've got a tendency to have a very cynical like perspective on things. And it, you know, if I have to remind people again, Christian evangelicals think that the world is ending, and they think that Jesus is going to come back. But one of the pre-requirements of Jesus coming back is that Jewish people have to occupy all of Israel, right? So you got those hogs as well, right? Far be it from me to try to oversimplify hog taxonomy, Chad. If I'm going to talk about hog taxonomy, I'm going to talk about it like a nerd, like an absolute biology nerd, and we're going to identify all the different strains, right? I'm fully on that. However, I feel like Hasan's oversimplification serves a purpose, gets us to the point, doesn't lose anything, doesn't jaundice our view in any way. I think it's okay. I think it's okay in this case, right? As somebody that's way too neurodivergent to not want to parse out every little detail on all the different kind of sussy right-wingers out there, I'm going to give Hasan a pass on this, okay?
The like fake isolationist thing about Biden starting another war in the Middle East, you know? Like this analysis just doesn't work. It doesn't translate.
Self in making an argument. The liberal, on the other hand, that is not a hog, a Democratic Party voter, still has the same interest, still wants the same things to happen.
Wait, Vaush is 29? I didn't know that. Also, do we have more than 29 likes in chat?
But they don't say
That's just not like by hog. Do we mean neocon like John McCain type? Because if that's the case, I think there is some.
See, okay, so if Vaush's point, I think, is going to be here that there's not really a neocons. You don't find them in the wild, right? You will find neocons on Meet the Press. You will find neocons in influential positions, right? You will find neocons as take makers. However, you will not find as many neocons as you would have like 20 years ago as GOP voters, right? Because it's not cool. The Trump people like to pretend that they're anti-war. They're not, right? Trump attacked Iran. Trump killed Soleimani. Trump did all kinds of things that, you know, could have easily, you know, resulted in a war. Trump is not anti-war. It's maybe he's, you know, would rather play nice with Putin and be more saber-rattly towards Xi, but he's not anti-war, right? But they'll try to sell it like that, right? And they've got enough like Grateful Dead listening boomers like that think that Trump is the candidate of peace and love to back it up with, right?
Validity to the analysis. But if by hog we mean like MAGA Republican, then no, the material interests differ significantly there. It's vague on purpose. Yeah, it is vague on purpose. It doesn't mean anything, you know?
He doesn't get that there are hogs. There are MAGA Republicans who are more like, Trump's point of view or Elon's point of view, where they might be even personally anti-Semitic, but they goddamn well support Israel. All of the evangelical hogs, Vosh, almost as a religious, duty, support Israel, because again, got to get Jesus to come back, and it's really brutal though too. Their whole like myth about Jesus coming back, like it's like this. This is the Jesus comes back, right? This is their plan. Jesus comes back, and every Jewish person either converts to Christianity or is, unalived, right? And that's that's the prophecy. It's like a biblical thing, right? And that's what the evangelical hogs believe. And so yeah, you can see how they would, pair that pro-Israel stance really easily with anti-Semitism, right? It goes hand in hand for this section of the Republican votership.
He uses hog as interchangeable with neocon. Okay, but like, who's a neocon anymore? When was the last time you saw a neocon? What? I like, if he's
I mean, they're not extinct, but you're right that they don't control the party the way that they used to.
referring to Republicans,
But like, are you forgetting about evangelicals? Do you think that they left the coalition? Did you think they all worship Trump now? None of them are Christian anymore. All of them are Trumpian. They believe that Trump is the second coming.
broadly, this is just factually incorrect.
As many slurs. They think it's like kind of mean and rude to champion genocide while simultaneously also saying that you're championing genocide.
What does this mean? What does this mean? Liberals think it's mean to be pro-genocide, but they say they're what is this vague vibe based? This doesn't mean.
What he's saying is that they'll say stuff like Israel has the right to protect themselves, right? They won't say like, F the Gazans, right? But they'll say essentially that they're willing to let, them be put through even more misery and essentially ethnically cleansed. So yeah, that's a way that people, without saying that they endorse ethnic cleansing or Jenny Slide, they will signal that they are okay with it. They will give their approval of it. This is really freaking common. Like, it's one thing for him to say that he doesn't know that neocons exist anymore. I feel like he does. If you read political stuff, you run into neocons a lot, right? You run into neoliberals, you run into neocons. These are like the establishment voices. They're not as powerful as they used to be. There are, other, online avenues of expression that a lot of right-wingers have, and a lot of right-wingers just dislike these people just as much as people on the left might dislike the establishment Dems, right? You've got a disdain for these people, but they do exist.
Anything.
It's a kinder, gayer imperialism. The U.S. and the U.K. are now bombing Yemen so that the precious Israeli occupation regime can continue its genocide of Gaza, and the Western media and political class are cheering it on and celebrating. The same ones who demanded every nation on earth do everything for Ukraine. I guess the analog is basically like, what would we do in this situation? You know what I mean? Like, America already did this against Russia to a certain degree. What Yemen is doing.
We engaged in piracy and civilian vessels and maritime. What?
Cut off trade to.
But if like Estonia tried,
Right?
Wait. Can you qualify that? We did? I wasn't aware of that. We did that? Whether we just started randomly attacking ships somewhere in the ocean because of Russia? Did we do that?
tried to do this to Russia, right? As Russia was like blowing up Ukraine, everyone was celebrated. Everyone be like, "Oh, thank God, there's someone out there that's like doing the righteous thing."
Yeah, well, I mean, we weren't cutting off oil to Russia, but we were cutting off like gas to Europe from Russia. So cutting off that income source, I guess, for Russia, but also through sanctions, cutting off maritime trade amongst other things to Russia. I think that's what he's saying.
What? Are we talking about preventing Russian military ships from leaving the... Estonia blockade Russia. What are we? I don't even know what we're referring to. Estonia blockade Russia. I don't.
I guess the left loves pirates now, right? They don't believe. They don't believe in maritime trade. I'm so sad. All these lefties and their LARPing, vibes-based, aesthetics-based positions, right? They don't respect a good Navy man like Vaush that wants to get the boats and go toot toot. Here comes Vaush, right? He's like, you gonna mess with maritime trade? You're gonna have to face the axe, right? He is Captain Morgan.
I don't know what we're referring to. The closest thing that happened was a Georgian ship refused to refuel a Russian military ship. I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no idea. I'm like baffled. I have no clue what he's talking about here. He means sanctions? Well, that's all we're talking about. Yemen can sanction Israel. I don't care. Sure, yeah. For
me hearties, yar.
Good, that'll do.
Poll of Americans tonight. Ask them if they know who the Houthis are, where they live, why we are bombing them, and whether the president has the authority under the Constitution to bomb them. Go. Yeah. 30%.
I'm not contesting the idea that Americans are brain dead.
GOP voters support bombing Agrabah, the city from Aladdin. America has a ton of blockades on countries that aren't.
It's Agrabah.
Chat. Getting corrected for your pronunciation, like right on a foreign city, that's one thing, okay? That's certainly one thing, right? But getting corrected for your pronunciation of literally anything by Vaush, that's another thing. This dude is like the king of not just mispronunciations, but like half remembering words and coming up with weird malapropisms where it's like you have to reconstruct what he's actually saying because he's saying a word that doesn't exist. It's like a combination of two other words that he's sort of vaguely thinking of, but he can't remember either of the words. He remembers them both in superposition, and you get these malapropisms. Vaush is like, I appreciate that, right? And I don't judge Vaush. I'm not somebody that is like super like prescriptivist and, you know, if you speak speak correctly with grammar and with your pronunciation, you're a smart person, you're worth listening to, you're, a worthy, right? And if you don't, you're not. I'm not a person like that at all, okay? So I don't judge him when he does those lovely malapropisms. I just enjoy them, okay? You don't hear me be like, yeah, Vaush doesn't really know that word, right? Yeah, of course he doesn't know that word. I'm not gonna fucking flex my vocabulary, but that's what he does. He flexes his vocabulary, and he ends up in those situations where he's using a word that he's just not quite familiar with, and gets it a little bit mixed up. But here he is being like, it's actually Agrabah. Excuse me, have you not seen Aladdin? Have you not?
If I recall correctly, not Agrabah, Hasan?
It's not Agrabah. It's Agrabah. Damn it.
It's not at war with, yeah. The statement from Biden on the airstrikes in Yemen, Gaza, of course, not mentioned once. Statement from President Joe Biden on coalition strikes in Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Today, at my direction, U.S. military, together with the United Kingdom and with support from Australia,
I have to say, it is very validating for me to watch Hasan do the same thing that I do, where he gets tired of reading enormous blocks of text, so he just kind of slurs his way through it and skips, like, whatever he can to get the point across. I sympathize with that unironically. Reading a bunch of text is so annoying.
In Canada and the Netherlands successfully conducted strikes against a number of targets in Yemen used by Houthi rebels.
Yeah, I guess Vaush is more of a Disney adult than no, just kidding, chat, just kidding. Who's learned to pronounce all foreign words from Disney movies? Yes, that's right.
Endanger freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. The strikes are in direct response to unprecedented Houthi attacks against international maritime vessels in the Red Sea, including the use of anti-ship ballistic missiles for the first time in history. These attacks have endangered.
Yeah, so I got a question about, like, is this Vaush watching Hasan? Yes. This is me watching Vaush watch Hasan. So it's three levels deep today, right? It's it could be worse. It could be worse.
U.S. personnel, civilian mariners, and our partners jeopardize trade and threaten freedom of navigation. So why are the Houthis doing this? Is a question I would love to ask. Like, why are they?
So here's a question, by the way.
Can we get a likes count on YouTube chat? I'm curious. How many likes do we have?
Why would a presidential statement on a strike on Yemen include the Houthis' disingenuous explanation for why they're randomly attacking civilians? Like, if a bunch of terrorists took over a bank and started killing civilians, would the police statement need to...
When any kind of military action is engaged in by nations, right? Generally, part of the reportage on said event will include a statement of reason for the attack, aka casus belli in the case of a war, right? And you know that there was a reason given for the actions in the Red Sea by Yemen, and that's what it was. So you would think that any like sort of news report, rather than being like, oh no, we can't trust those Yemenis, look, they're One Piece fans, okay? They want to be pirates, they want to F shit up, they don't respect maritime trade, right? They don't want you to get your Amazon shipment, okay? And so, you know, they're don't listen to what they say about Gaza. That doesn't matter. They don't care about that. That's not on their agenda. They just want to be pirates.
Say, like, by the way, here's a paragraph of how they're saying they're doing this for peace in the Middle East, you know, and like, let's dedicate some time to explain how this is actually like a sincere and genuine effort on their part to, you know, bring...
We get up to 50 likes.
I don't think that would happen.
I feel like we
all
can.
All he really needs to do is explain what the military strike is and why it's being done, which he did, you know? I don't know why he would dedicate any time to like providing their justification for piracy. That doesn't really seem like his priority.
Implementing a blockade. Why has America killed more than they have? You can't just meme away from the Houthis have done. They've been trying to topple the Yemeni government for 30 years, of which had normal relations in the Middle East. Why aren't we talking about Iran sponsoring Shia militant groups all over the Middle East to rise up against Sunni governments, which are much more in favor of normalization with Western powers than Israel? Not that Sunnis are innocent in killing Shiites, but this is a 1,000-year conflict that's not going to change. I'm done. I can't do this. What do you mean, dude? Normalizing with Western powers and...
He didn't really say much about the Biden
like
statement, apart from like...
Yeah, that is a pretty vague thing, normalizing with Western powers. Like, what exactly does that mean? There are, you know, obviously multiple Western powers. One example of quote-unquote normalizing with Western powers is what Saudi Arabia was doing with Israel, essentially sort of, you know, bypassing the Palestinians on that negotiation, on that normalization, to reduce any sort of leverage on Israel to meaningfully fulfill the goal of a, you know, a two-state solution. One, you know, what anything approaching a peace process, right, was entered into by Palestine and Israel, and there's, you know, not been any progress towards that since. This was back in the 90s. Right, when this process supposedly started. It was supposed to be the roadmap to peace. That was the idea. Somehow we got lost along the way, and this is...
Why didn't Biden give the steel man of the Houthi terrorism argument?
In Israel, what are we talking about? Hello? Are you familiar with Western powers in Israel and what they're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we impugning that chatter for talking about irrelevant shit while invoking the Saudi Arabian genocide of Yemen in a conversation about the current, like, Red Sea piracy discourse, you know?
You have America's boot shoved so far up your ass that it's...
But yeah, you see, even his take on, like, you know, countries like Iran, rather than saying that, like, at the very least, you'd think with a Democrat, right? You'd think with a Democrat, they would say, listen, Iran's not easy to deal with, but we made a lot of progress under Obama, and we signed a nuclear deal. There was a real concern about Iran's nuclear program, and, you know, through diplomacy, we, you know, allayed those concerns. We got to, you know, a process of denuclearization of Iran. You would think even a liberal, even an Obama liberal, right, would say that the United States and Trump were responsible for blowing up that deal, because he absolutely did. He blew up that deal for no reason at all. And either Vaush is just like not aware of this really, you know, most recent interaction between diplomatically between the United States and Iran, or he is omitting it, and fuck knows why.
Coming out of your mouth when you have
This is like every response, right? Like this is like every anytime anytime anyone in chat does it's like this sort of like performative 2-minute hate where it's like you are pro-America, you are pro-America, which I'm sure a lot of the people he says this are, but I feel like this is all he does, you know?
this conversation. You just
I feel like this is all he does. Motherfucker streams for 8 hours during a day. Vaush, how many hours do you, on average, do you watch of Hasan's coverage, right? I feel like, what were we talking about, a vibes-based analysis earlier? We're getting a vibes-based analysis. Just as I'm opening up this delicious, bubbly, sparkling water, because I don't have any coffee. Chat, I didn't make enough coffee for myself somehow. I don't know how I messed that up. I don't know how I completely effed that up. But I don't have enough coffee.
immediately take it for granted. Like
But I don't want to leave you here with Vaush and Hasan. Like, one of them will say something that I have to address, and then I won't be there to address it, right? And you'll have to be like, what would Irene say here? I don't know. You'll have to come up with it on your own.
standard of modernity is how well they get along with two imperial powers in the region, two destabilizing forces in the region that have killed more than anyone else. That is unimaginable. I know it's...
Is he unironically arguing that the Houthis represent more stable governance in Yemen than the
I'll figure out a time to make some, yeah.
Yemeni government does? Well, I think he actually is arguing. I think he's legitimately saying, like, well, the Houthis are more anti-West than the previous Yemeni government, or the current, I guess, technically Yemeni government. So that means that they're actually better. All right.
Me 11 days.
Wait, if the difference is between being completely cool with what's going on in Gaza and even performatively, you know, acting to put pressure for a ceasefire, even if it is bullshit, right? I guess I would take the latter.
To yell at a chatter, but
But that being said, yeah, these are not like good governments from what I can tell. Like, you know, either of the, actually, there still three combatants in the civil war.
God damn, what a...
Listen, okay? Child marriage and slavery are actually very stable and authentically Middle Eastern cultural practices, all right? So actually, by promoting those, the Houthis are more authentic representatives of the interests of the Yemeni people than the previous government.
Idiotic approach to the subject, dude. That's insane. That's your standard? Wow, I can't believe how good Saudi Arabia
Wait, did we do some racism?
All right? So actually, by promoting those, the Houthis, listen, okay? Child marriage and slavery are actually very stable and authentically Middle Eastern cultural practices, all right? So actually, by promoting those, the Houthis are more authentic representatives of the interests of the Yemeni people than the previous government.
Idiotic approach to the subject, dude. That's insane. That's your standard? Wow, I can't believe how good Saudi Arabia is in the region because of how aligned they are with Western powers and Israel.
Chat, I need a vote here. All right, one in chat. If you think, is Hasan gonna respond to this? Like, this is trending on Twitter, right? Vaush is trending on Twitter because of this, right? Last time somebody trended on Twitter because of interactions with Hasan, it was Keffels, and as sad as it is for me to say, Hasan did respond. Hasan responded to Keffels by name. In general, he's got a no clout rule, right? Destiny, Vaush, Keffels, anybody like that, right? Hasan will generally completely ignore. And I like to think that he's going to ignore Vaush. He should ignore Vaush, right? That's the smart thing to do. But now I've been proven wrong once. I don't know. Hopefully he does the right thing and gives this guy no clout.
Even though they're doing a genocide and
he responded on stream? No, Amy, are you serious? Amy B the OG says he responded today on stream. All right, okay, we gotta watch that then. We gotta watch the Hasan response. God, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be did not mention Vaush. That's an improvement. That's an improvement. Yeah, I mean, look, he's gonna do what he does. He's his own, like, he doesn't need me to tell him what to do, right? But I just, like, I don't know. There's no reason to respond. If you're Hasan, there's no reason to respond to Vaush. Leave Vaush to me.
If this is your standard of who's a good operative in the region, then yeah, you are morally righteous. Except this is an incredibly idiotic way to assess the situation.
Didn't the chatter say Iran, not Saudi Arabia? I don't know.
How else is there going to be stability? Brother, please.
He sounds
I
like
beg
Charlie
of you,
from It's Always Sunny
just
when he
take
gets
a
mad.
deep breath and really think about your output here. You are a
Okay, this is going to be like a long bit on the chatter thing. It's probably going to happen more too. Hold on.
at them when you can use them as a talking point against whatever foreign adversary of leadership do not have the balls to take a stand against. Oh my God. Listen, the Houthis may use child soldiers to force women to be brides, but they aren't against the Western hegemony. Brother, why do you think this is a good talking
Oh no, you got timed out. Oh no, I'm sorry, Rohak.
point?
Okay, wait.
Oh
There
no.
are responses that you could make to this, Hasan.
Yeah, I think you're not allowed to talk about Vaush and Hasan's chat, right? See, that's smart. If I was Hasan's size, I would do the same thing.
see you make them, okay? I want to see you make these talking points, all right? Like, so here's a good example, right? Hamas, in terms of like the average political prescription of a member of Hamas,
It's Chatterino.
is
Oh,
significantly more reactionary than your average person in Israel, you know? The difference really is a matter of access to power. Hamas is a weak insurgent group, and Israel is a fully militarily industrialized modern nation, meaning that fascist tendencies in Israel are much more capable of being acted upon. Nonetheless, I defend the Palestinians, and even the idea of Hamas like engaging in defensive action on the behalf of Palestinians, because they're in a position where A, their reactionary tendencies are a consequence of the material forces in the region that are not their fault, like what Israel has done to them. And B, it's kind of like a what alternative situation, right? How far has diplomacy gotten the Palestinians? So I think you could legitimately say, look, the Houthis do a lot of bad things, but instability in the region usually tends to promote fascist strongmen and religious zealots. And those are all things that Houthis have used to like construct their power base, you know? The Houthis have sort of like desperately cobbled together a bunch of political and religious prescriptions as a way of gathering together as much support as they can in the more populated regions of Yemen. And a lot of those are negative because they've had to appeal to like conservative traditions and more like rural regions. And that means shit like slavery and child soldiers to an extent, because those like hierarchical tendencies.
but it's like the like you're not gonna see any influence of like the Saudi and United States interventions there. Like in general, that kind of intervention can serve to legitimize, more militant, more reactionary forces in a region. That's
get reified in the Houthi government. But all of these things are a consequence of regional instability that we've contributed to. That, by the way, what I just did right there,
yeah, and all the instability caused by the US.
that's a correct argument. I did it. Right. Did you see? Did you see me do that? Right there, I did it. That was a response that
He's boring his own chat.
Hasan could make right here. That would be like I guess like a valid one here. Okay, so let's see what he actually says. I mean, maybe it will be that good. I feel
We in Afghanistan directly aligned with boyfriends and allowed it to continue in Afghanistan. Do you care about boyfriends and putting an end to boyfriends? No, you don't. Shut the
appeal to hypocrisy. Okay. There is half of a legitimate argument here, but like I think the person here would probably denounce the boy from the ANA. I'm just guessing here, but
Yeah, there's like a tradition in some parts of Afghanistan of older men like having like relationships with like younger boys, and the United States, when it was out in Afghanistan, largely overlooked that sort of thing when they came into contact with it, due to the fact that those were the allies of the US. That's what Vaush is talking about.
I feel like the person in chat would probably, if given the opportunity, say, yes, I think that the systemic rape of children by the ANA in Afghanistan was bad. That's just a guess of mine, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's just a weak appeal to hypocrisy.
fuck up. You don't. My point is always, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad on the same boundaries that you are trying to apply to them.
Hold on, we have a mad chatter.
I mean, in reality, like, yeah, the question of what the United States is going to do, whether it's going to focus its attention on putting putting pressure to bring about a ceasefire, or whether it's going to focus its military attention on the enemies of that, on those that are, you know, enacting the embargo, right? Like, right, because both of them potentially solve the maritime trade issue.
In chat, I feel you justify the USA attacking Houthi targets in Yemen by saying the USA warned them to stop blocking ships in the Red Sea. So again, they're not blocking ships in the Red Sea. They're randomly attacking civilian ships. Not blocking. Like, they don't really have the equipment to block. You know, they just fire missiles and drones. Israel is committing a genocide. Really? I'm just hearing about this. And your country... Sorry, I should include the swears. Israel is committing a genocide, and your country explicitly supported Israel and preemptively condemned South Africa's case against Israel at the ICJ. That was all in caps. I can't believe you're surprised by the fact that leftists are complaining the U.S. is taking action against Houthis in Yemen. You're honestly so retarded. F you. Wait, what was even the argument there? Wait, you didn't even make an argument.
Wait, is that his chat? Yeah, that's his chat.
Something happening in the Red Sea, then said America's pro-Israel and is doing bad things, and then you left.
Is he getting cooked by his own chat?
Been visited by a Hasan chatter. What was the argument? I agree. Yeah, like people love to do this with me. They'll be like, bro, you'll say anything to defend Israel, not knowing what I'm known for.
No, here's the thing, right? Like, you don't have takes where you're excusing everything that Israel does. True. But you are known for having very conventional takes that in support of whatever the fucking, you know, State Department is in favor of at the time, right? It's spooky, some would say, chat. It's a little coinky dink there. I'm sure it's just a coinky dink and nothing more, right? Well, let's not get the tinfoil hats out just yet. It's just a coinky dink. Yeah, was he known for tactical misogyny? Like, among other things, right? But like the idea that Vaush would have a uncharacteristically like pro-US foreign policy take on an issue is not that outlandish. On this one, he doesn't have that take, right? And I'm aware of that for whatever it means. I don't know if the chatter...
For those of you who don't know, approximately like 3 months after I started streaming, I got permanently banned from Twitch for saying that America should nuke Israel in like a frothing at the mouth rate.
Yo, I disagree with what he just said.
Fast argument over Israeli fascists and their treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank. Like it got me permanently.
Oh my god, it gets you banned. It got him banned. That's what got him banned. I've got to be like, it's yeah, this is like this was like a long time ago. Oh my god, Looney Tunes, thank you for the 100 biddies. Meow 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 meow. But yeah, this is something that like got him banned from Twitch for saying.
Banned from Twitch. That's why I set up on YouTube. That's why I'm still a YouTube streamer. It took me years to get rid of that permanent.
For any Twitch officials concerned, I am anti nuking.
That's the start. Like, of all the people, you know, I need to see that clip. I don't even know if that clip exists. Yeah, that's why White Forest exists. Yeah, that's why this website exists, you know? I think it does. Yeah, based. I thought it was because you said cracker. That was the second time I got banned.
My point is, let the people of...
Vaush, okay, but why are we talking so little of the civilians killed in the strike? Wait, hold on. I have to check your logs. Is this like a bit that are you like teeing me up? Should we not pay closer attention to the consequence of civilians being killed, civilians being killed, civilians being...
Oh no, Vaush already told you that those were surgical strikes. He got that information straight from the spokesperson.
Killed. I've got good news for you. According to the Houthis, our first round of strikes did not kill a single civilian. There you go. I don't know if you're being sincere or not. I don't blame you for not knowing that, like, magically. But yeah, no. According to the Houthis, not a single civilian was killed in 73 strikes across Yemen. No, I straight up didn't know. Yeah, I think it's 5 Houthi militants were killed, soldiers. I mean, the Houthis have a military, you know, and 4 were wounded, or is it 6 wounded? I don't know, but it was all members of their army.
They're not no casualties, but
Yemen, deal with it. But you don't want to do that. You want America to deal with it. The idea that like you have the gall, the audacity to be like the women in Afghanistan, like that is the only way that we can genuinely implement stability. How stable is Afghanistan?
Okay, now we're just talking about Afghanistan because we didn't engage with the point made by the chatter.
First the Jews on it. America is bombing Yemen because Yemen is stopping commerce from flowing through the Red Sea. And the commerce is stopping in the Red Sea specifically because...
Well, hold on. I don't like stopping commerce because it implies that they're just doing a blockade. They're firing at civilian vessels. There is a meaningful distinction there. A blockade is, you know, well, a blockade is still violent to an extent, but I think there's a meaningful distinction between, like, we have blocked off the strait versus we are firing missiles and sending drones at civilian cargo ships, you know?
Because Israel is conducting actions in Gaza that
do you think I can
to genocide.
let me try doing the
Why they're doing it.
let me try doing the coffee
China was
thing.
good for annexing Tibet because the
Oh my
Tibetans are
God.
primitive. Yeah, wait, hold on. Didn't he say that because the Tibetans had slaves in a caste system that China annexing them was good? The Houthis have slavery. Should we annex Yemen? 51st state? 51st state, boys? Is it time? Time for us to finally expand our borders? From sea to shining sea. Meaning the red.
Stop saying my hate group is better than the other. What is your solution? Chatter, who has been in here since 2008, who I'm glad hasn't gotten a lobotomy yet, I guess. What is your solution to the situation? Because you're surely celebrating blowing up the Yemenis population.
The Houthis specifically, not the Yemenis population. Though, to be fair, when Hasan did this stream, he would not yet have known that no civilians were killed. Though I doubt he'll change his rhetoric after finding that out. But at the time this stream was done, we did not have any report on whether or not any civilians were killed.
It seems like you like that, so you're championing that. Don't sit here and act like you have a better solution.
Wait, the solution is to bomb the Houthis. Wait, that is the solution. The main question really is how effective it'll be, right? You know, can we pepper the Houthis in such a way as to actually deter them from menacing ships in the Red Sea? I mean, we'll have to see.
You can just sit there and say, "Oh, it's my hate group is better than the other." You have
I'm
a
always
hate
saying
group.
this.
Invade and destroy the Houthi gigachad. Yes, you're a pathetic, sniveling little coward who recognizes that his empire is crumbling.
Why shit, dude? Why do lefties just say stupid shit like this? You sound like right-wingers who say the Roman Empire is collapsing again because they saw a black woman on TV. The f are you talking about? The Houthis fire a salvo of missiles at the ocean, at the Red Sea, half a kilometer from the boat they were aiming at, and the empire is crumbling? Come on. Why do they insist on saying this? I'm not joking. Olari Da ass, chudjack ass mother, any time anything happens, it's billions must die, the empire is collapsing, the West has fallen, but like affirmatively this time, you know? Why? It's so stupid. Come on. Lefties love doing this shit, dude.
And the only thing you can do is cope with the reality that America has done nothing for you, specifically with all of its imperial bounty, so you can think, oh yeah, we can roll over one of the poorest.
Imperial bounty? The wealth of America is procured through neocolonialism. We don't do primitive accumulation anymore. That's like a very old, like that's an earlier stage of capital. We're in late stage capitalism now. We don't do that. Imperial bounty? This is some like 18th century talking point shit, you know? Also,
specifically with all of its imperial bounty, so you can think, oh yeah, we can roll over one of the poorest countries on the f***ing planet. Good, congratulations.
It's not rolling. It's targeted strikes against airfields and stuff to prevent them from randomly attacking civilians. Yeah, but they love when he uses terms like that. Yeah, because it's an aesthetic argument. It's vibes based. It's like, oh man, we're so lefty because we're using the term imperial bounty when talking about American. Well, okay, if by imperial bounty you literally mean like neo-colonial trade, I guess, but that feels like a misuse of the term. Like when I think of imperial bounty, like a bounty, I'm thinking like actual looting and plunder. It's just using terms, just terms, you know. Using terms, having fun, terms, love terms, using terms.
Congratulations, dumbass. You did it. You're still a pathetic loser who's not going to be able to pay rent. Your boss is going to one girlfriend that you maybe will ever be able to get, and you have no.
Why does this sound the same way that like red pill right-wingers try to like amp up their audience with like negging? You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're not even lefty pilled, bro. You can't make rent. You know, you don't even have a Bugatti. Your boss is your girlfriend. I don't know. I say a lot of wacky out of pocket shit as well. I don't know. I feel like the vibes are off there, but maybe that's my own vibes argument, you know? You do this too? I feel like the difference is usually when I do stuff like this, I try to make it come across as not too self-serious, and it feels like Hasan isn't, but maybe that's just me being uncharitable. Because when I do rants like that, I mean, I am playing it up for a bit. Like, I am trying to do this, like, you know, semi-serious thing, and maybe he is too. Maybe he is too, you know, maybe he is too.
No recourse whatsoever. For the rest of your life, you're going to be a pathetic little pleb who goes, that's awesome. We got it, baby. We're killing the Houthis out there. It's so
That's so me, by the way. I love saying this.
Stupid, brother. There's no way for you to ever recover from this. This is how desperate white supremacist Nazis are.
Bro, go on Twitter right now. The Nazis are defending the Houthis. Like all of them. The Houthis, the Nazis like the Houthis for the same reason that Andrew Tate pretended to be Muslim, because radical Islamists tend to be very anti-Semitic, and they like using them as a wedge against Israel. And they're benefiting substantially from the current, like, discourse being aligned against Israel.
You are behaving in the exact same way that the jawless, chinless Iowa Nazis behave. Oh, I know I can't get a job, and I don't want to examine the material conditions. Everyone has told me that as a white man, I'm supposed to be so powerful.
Seriously, what does any of this have to do with that? What? Who out here is supporting the strike on the Houthis? Like, I have not seen anyone supporting the strike on the Houthis on the basis of like, haha, they're dumb Muslims. Maybe Ben Shapiro? I guess like Ben Shapiro types, people with like neocon aligned perspectives. I don't really know. Maybe, but like the actual white supremacists and Nazis tend to be anti-Israel, and for that reason they're supporting the Houthis. Like, you can go look at clips of Nick Fuentes defending the Houthis on Twitter right now.
And none of that happened, so...
Yeah, it's just weird that he's going to look at Twitter and he's going to be like, this is the right-wing America. This is what they think. Right? This is their opinion. They're supportive of the Houthis. Damn it. There we go. Houthi and the Blowfish. Shit. No, I know it's Houthis is the way it's pronounced. I don't know why that came out of my mouth that way, but they're supportive. Like what he's talking about. Yeah, that's a weird take. That's a weird take. I know what he's talking about with Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate, like the I don't know. Again, he's reading people's minds. Again, this is him, impugning certain motives in people. It's like they do it because they really like the conservative, social takes of fundamentalist Islam, right? I don't know. There's a lot of reasons that, like, right wing Twitter groypers would be, it fills out the myth that they're trying to sell of themselves as being the true anti-war movement. If they're conspiratorial minded in an anti-Semitic direction, it fits into that too. Yeah, like again, it's complicated. Again, the right wing is not monolithic on this issue, and there are Twitter Nazis like Vaush is talking about, But there are also a lot of people who have that, who are cheering to see, the president of Harvard resign.
What must be the real problem? Oh, that's right. I'm going to go dominate black people real quick.
In Yemen?
That's not what he's.
I have no idea what we're talking about right now.
Like, for example, like, right, it's he's talking about people getting, supporting something that's against their material interests because of racism. That's what he's getting at.
At this moment, in the current moment.
Somebody told me that Hasan has responded to this, but I haven't seen evidence yet. Can anybody send me the link in Discord? Because I have heard, I mean, I could probably find it myself on YouTube as well, but
I genuinely, this feels like, it's not projection. It's just, I feel like all of the talking points are being rolled together, like it's Katamari Damacy, and he's just like collected all of the like vaguely adjacent talking points together into a kind of.
So it's from Hasan's stream today. Then, yeah, I guess we'd need a timestamp. Anybody out there with a timestamp?
I have no idea. It's leftist slop content. It kind of is, yeah. I usually think of slop content as something that's not live streamed, because live streams have their own sets of expectations with regards to like quality and behavior and what have you. But like, I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, leftist word.
He just got that in my head now. I've got ba 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 Katamari Damacy.
Salad slop. I don't know. All vibes.
I'm going to go act like I am superior to them. I am descendant of the Nord Vikings. But you're not. You're a loser. Just like that Nazi is a loser. You are the exact same kind of loser. Instead of looking for some esoteric, mythical Nordic rune that you want to identify with, you have identified with being an American pig.
I don't know what Blood is waffling about. I'm sorry. I don't even remember what the original thing he was responding to said.
Being a capitalist warmonger. You don't even have like any kind of mythology associated with it. It is just indiscriminate bombing campaigns done for ExxonMobil. Done for...
Yeah, dog. ExxonMobil, Operation Prosperity. Yeah, dude, it's all the talking points just rolling together. This is the Iraq War. This is the Vietnam.
I don't know. So I mean, like, Hasan is shifting the focus of what he's talking about, right? Without saying as much. And that may be, just a factor of, doing the same stream 6 days a week with the same audience, and that audience kind of gets you. That audience understands you, right? That audience is not trying to bad faith, interpret what you're saying. Like, right, they get that, like, you're shifting to like a more general focus at this point. But yeah, I get what Vaush is saying, is that, like, he's, it doesn't make sense, but I'm like, even me just like watching clips of Hasan on YouTube, I kind of get where he's going with that, or at least I'm not willing to like just go for the, like, oh yeah, Hasan is stupid, he's blathering, he's not, there's not like, right, I'm not interpreting this with the kind of bad faith that Vaush is.
Vietnam War, imperial bounty, we're starting a war with Iran, World War III. You're a Nazi, you're a...
Chat, can we get that imperial bounty already? I need that bounty, right? If we're gonna unlock the second half of the stream, right, we're gonna need that imperial bounty to show up in the sub goal, which so far
you're a warmonger.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
You hate black people. You're like, yeah, it's fine, whatever.
We do have another Vaush video, right, that would be lovely to go through. Vaush's opinion on Anita Sarkeesian, right? If I do have that queued up on the off chance that we do get there.
Dude, just toss it all at the wall, see what sticks. You know, you're bourgeoisie, you're a kulak, you know. Oh my God.
I mean, maybe you are, Vaush.
Wealthy, powerful individuals that will consistently fuck you. They will fuck you over and over again. You have no identity.
This rant would go hard if I was 14. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, I feel like that's kind of how it's marketed, right?
You're grabbing on to what remains of America's industry, the military-industrial complex, and all of its output. That is so sad.
You're a
Oh my God, Rohak. I don't know if I can read this person's name out. I can say butt stuff for beginners, right? Butt stuff for beginners. You just got a gift sub, courtesy of Rohak.
Die-hard Raytheon fan. If you oppose piracy of any kind, it's just, I don't know.
Fix your
He just opposes piracy. What's wrong with that? Like, you must be like a Raytheon. Like, wait, Vaush, do you hold Raytheon stock? There's not a reason that I would be like, there's no way that Vaush would hold Raytheon stock, right? I can imagine him talking about why he bought Raytheon stock and justifying it and being totally okay with it. And, you know, like, right, I that's not out of the realm of possibility. Vaush would definitely have been a kulak. Oh my God.
chatter. Jesus Christ, dude. Is wild. Absolutely wild to be writing this hard for...
Yeah, that's the innovation that Vaush has made, right? He comes on the scene. He says, I have the answer. I am the edgy boy messiah. All of you liberals, you're too much of SJWs and you don't know how to talk to the people. I know how to talk to the people. I know how to talk to the edgy boys. I'm going to get them in. I'm going to pull them in. I'm going to pull them out of the right. And I'm going to pull them onto here. And it's going to be great. And instead, what has he done? He's taken mostly people that were already leftists, right? Mostly people that aren't like, you know, fucking, you know, right-wing bigots, brought them in and then like basically convinced them that American foreign policy, there's not really a problem with it. It's good. It's pretty based. Like, you know, maybe, you know, one or two things here or there, right? But it's all right. It's all right. That's essentially the innovation that Vaush has got. And does that mean I think that he is a asset? No, to whoever might, you know, he's a liability, right? He's not an asset. Just like George Santos, he's more of a liability than an asset. But I can see why people think that. I can see why people think that he might be an asset based on, you know, the sort of effect that he's had.
Corporations and American imperial...
Which corporations are we referring to? Which ones? Which corporations? Which ones?
It doesn't even come back to help you, you idiot. We have no cohesive national identity even. We are literally a patchwork of different corporations. It's like
I'm sorry, would having a cohesive... Wait, well, first of all, that has nothing to do with what's being talked about. For two, why would we want a cohesive national identity? That's assimilationist rhetoric. The whole point of America is to be a melting pot. Like, there are tons of regional differences culturally between different states, regions within the state. What?
Do you think that's what Hasan's talking about? Yo. Anybody with uncommon cultural practices, you better drop those right now. That's what Hasan is saying. That's what he's saying. That's how you take that. I will say though that Hasan's talking to a chatter, and maybe even is he getting one guide? Is that what's going? Is he talking like he's talking to chatters, right? There's multiple chat. He's not getting one guide, right? But he kind of goes off at it on his chat like this, and you know, take it. I guess I could see, you know, some people don't like the stun locks. That's all I'll say, right? Some Hassanabi industrial complex people put a timestamp in their video so that people can skip past the stun locks because some people don't like them, and that's fine. Literally, what the melting pot metaphor means. Does Vaush have any idea what he's saying?
What does that even mean? So, like, unironically,
oh my God,
what is he talking about? Like, I feel
he does this though, Nathan Drake. You noticed it. You noticed it this time. He does this a lot though. He says something that just like is 180 degrees from something that would make sense. And you're like, It just makes me feel like, I'm sorry.
Like he's projecting
I'm incorrigible.
some weird political beliefs he has onto this. It's like incoherent bullshit. What?
He's never been in the stun lock. He's never been in the stun lock.
It sounds like Nas bullshit almost. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly, the arguments he's making here don't sound any meaningfully different from the kind that you would see from like Nick Fuentes on the subject, right?
What?
A bunch of corporate towns put together.
What was that? Wait. He was getting in deep with a chatter. Does Nick Fuentes do that? Like, how is this Nick Fuentes-esque? Oh my God, we gotta rewind that. I hate to do it because I want to get through this. I want to cover other stuff. Maybe chat doesn't want me to cover more Vaush. Maybe there's something else chat would rather have me cover. I would love it if somebody would, if we can hit that sub goal and somebody's like, you know what, I helped hit the sub goal and I don't want to see any more Vaush, right? That would be cool too. I'm okay either way, right? There's one school of thought that's like, you know what, we're covering him today, might as well get the rest of the Vaush stuff out of the way and not have to talk to him for a while. There's another school of thought that says, you know what, too much Vaush in a row is bad for you, and I'm gonna protect my streamer here, right? That's a valid point of view as well.
The only glue that holds Americans together is this like weird American identity of dominating other countries that are way poorer than we are.
Yeah, that's true. That's the cultural thread that binds. That's definitely true. That's yeah. That's an accurate description of American politics, and not like a 14-year-old sophomoric, like, I just realized the Iraq war is a bad thing take. The only thing America has in common is that they like being evil. Okay.
It's so sad. And every single time.
How long does this go on? This isn't even about Yemen.
We, institute our might. We go overseas and we blow their bases up, and we blow their weapons supplies, and we're like, yeah, those guys are the bad guys. You think we're doing something.
He's in a stun lock. He's never experienced this before, chat. He's completely lost.
Something good. But like when we steal their natural resources.
In Yemen? Are we doing that right now? It's the Iraq war. Everything is the Iraq war. Everything is the Iraq war. All foreign policy is the Iraq war. The Iraq war. It's all the Iraq war. The boats are their national resources. When we shoot down the missiles they fire at civilian cargo ships, we're actually stealing their scrap metal. We're taking their natural resources.
Is it just me, or does Vaush sound like an outtake from Rick and Morty? That's what we're doing. We're stealing their resources. I'm Mr. Poopy Butthole here, telling you stealing the resources. That's right.
At the end of the day, you don't even get a crumb of that. Like, what good is this entire imperial project?
That's true. I thought I personally would be massively enriched by efforts at stopping piracy in the Red Sea. But, I guess, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, how it's developing, I'm not even going to get 1 pound of sand shipped to me in a mason jar. The natural resources of Yemen distributed wide across the United States.
If you can't even get health care, I love the notion of being like, dog, I hate the Houthis because they have child brides, which is why I want to kill all the child brides.
That's what Operation Prosperity Guardian is doing. We're using high-level American satellite intel to target every married 14-year-old girl in Yemen with precision Tomahawk missile strikes. We're going to use that samurai missile drone thing, the one with the swords. We're going to use that. We're not even going after the pedophile who married them. We're just going after the child brides, So, like, we're using missiles so precise that we'll atomize the child brides while they're standing next to and holding hands with the pedophile who, like, groomed and raped them, That's our strat going into Yemen. Many people are saying this. Yeah. This is like Operation Prosperity Guardian.
With American bombs. Yeah, you know what fixes the child bride situation in Yemen? A Tomahawk missile that taxpayers paid for instead of paying for your dumbass diabetes medication, you stupid. Here's the difference, by the way. No matter Where that chatter
I know that I often make jokes at people, like with regards to like them being fat or problematic or whatever, but I feel like a lot of Hasan's rhetoric when it comes back to attacking America comes back to like a like kind of chauvinistic like coastal elite looking down on middle America attitude. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like, don't get me wrong, I say lots of problematic shit, but the standards by which I hold my stream and he holds him, like he holds his, are different. I feel like you can't even afford your diabetes medication isn't really like a joke that I would make, partly because I think it strikes too close to home for a lot of people. And also because it's kind of like the implication that like, I don't know, like you dumb fat redneck, you don't, man, this could be me being uncharitable. There are just vibes that I get from him sometimes. I don't know.
is ideologically, I still want him to get healthcare. I still want him to get a better education. I still want him to find meaning in his life. That's the difference. I don't believe that like just.
I mean, he's talking about people that like are more concerned about striking out against some perceived enemy, and often, yeah, like the enemy in a war like serves as this, rather than the government doing anything like meaningful for their lives, right? But I get what he's saying about that. It sounds
Because someone is a dumbass American Nazi that they deserve to get killed.
The Nazis are pro-Houthi. I like, how can you...
Again, you're oversimplifying things. There are plenty of Nazis that hate the Houthis because they are pro-Israel, and that can be like evangelical reasons for that. There can be there could be foreign policy reasons for that, right? You can't really typify like the right wing's take on foreign policy right now, and you definitely can't reduce it to being like they're on the Houthi side, right? Yeah, Jackson Hinkle exists. Yeah, he's more influential than he should be, but there are so many Republicans that are like, Israel deserves the right to defend themselves. That's all they're doing. They're in Gaza. They're defending themselves on all the innocent people that
pretend to be a leftist while being...
Then they'll be like, who voted for Hamas in 2006? Yeah, when most of them were not even alive. Right.
It's bad about understanding the discourse. How can you not see that basically every Nazi group is...
I mean, this is what's weird is like, I've never seen this it's like a convergence, right? You got Hasan going off on his chat, and you got Vaush kind of going off on Hasan. Like, these are two things that maybe should never meet. Like, it's almost like we're not supposed to be seeing this. This is some kind of like eclipse that's going to burn out our eyeballs for once and for all.
Been supporting the Palestinians since October 7th because they've been using it as a way to JQ post. Like, this is not subtle. It's not like a minor shift. It's really obvious that this is happening. How do you not know this?
Okay. I don't think they should be murdered. I think they should have a meaningful life and no longer have those opinions. The goal is always to try and fix the material, the underlying material conditions.
Change the records. Yeah, Peter, no, you're right. Like, it's like, I mean, Hasan's kind of like going off on one too, but like, Vaush is absolutely a broken record here. Yeah, he's gonna call Kyle a Nazi too.
That it is way harder to just like
somehow this is like, it reminds me, right, of him calling EJ and Luna of non-compete Nazis, right? It reminds me of that, but somehow that one was this is even more like out there, right? They were talking about Weimar Germany in that discussion, so it was a little less out of nowhere, I guess. But this is just like, yeah, that's right. Hasan probably thinks this because he's an anti-Semitic Nazi.
Become a Nazi out of nowhere.
One other statement that's worth pointing out here, Austin says, a coalition of countries committed to upholding the rules-based international order demonstrated our shared commitment to defending U.S. and international vessels and commercial vessels exercising navigational rights and freedoms from illegal and unjustifiable attacks. The reason I point that out is because normally when you see the U.S. highlighting their action in support of the...
Wait, he called the Vanguard Nazis too? Really?
International rules-based order. It is
oh yeah, he called Professor Flowers a Nazi. That's like.
For example,
I love watching consent be manufactured in real time, dude.
There was a UN vote What do you... It's a multinational coalition, and there was a UN vote on condemning the Houthis for this behavior in the harshest of terms. That's not manufacturing consent. This objectively is an international rules-based. Like, the Houthis are absolutely violating, like, laws of the sea by attacking random civilian...
He called Second Thought a fascist?
They were warned.
Why is CNN blurred out? I'm guessing that there's violence or the results of violence in that picture, right? And it's something that mainly... Wait a minute. It would be for Twitch that he blurred that out, right? Twitch has some, you know, real confusing and stringent standards when it comes to that stuff. That's why I have to watch what I show on this stream
internationally. No, Vaush, the UN...
Gotta watch what I say. Like, yeah, Twitch is...
Members all watch CNN and came to...
Twitch is a little hardcore.
That conclusion. Oh, yeah, that's true. The Security Council had, like, CNN on, and they were like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. Oh, man, piracy is bad, actually. You know? And then that's why they voted. Yeah. I bet you the average lefty online... like,
I mean, it is manufactured consent, though. It is literally, you know, being like, look at this picture of Luffy D. Monkey. Look at this picture of Tony Chopper. Look at this picture of Nami and Usopp and Sanji, and like, you know, it's a reward for this bad pirate. And this is how much the reward money. Look at how much the reward money is for Usopp, right? Like, that's a... You gotta find this guy, right? You know, really take home a pretty nice paycheck. Right? That's the kind of consent that's being manufactured. Straw Hat's bad, I guess. Marine's good.
Doesn't know about the UN vote, or doesn't even know about like the extent to which the world broadly has like taken to this, you know? Like they genuinely think it's just America. Just because we've got the big boats.
He's on the boats thing again. Toot toot. Wait, did he watched Waking Life? This motherfucker. Sorry. This guy watched Waking Life. And he thinks he's the boat car man in his head. That he's going to give you all kinds of like cryptic life advice, and you're going to get out of the car and immediately get hit by another car and then realize that you were asleep. Or were you? You'll have to wait till the end of the movie to find that out, though.
Language
yeah, we're using rule-based international order.
He's just Linklater pilled. That's what he's rotoscoping.
Make no mistake, it's our rules. Rule-based international order means we make the rules, and
the rule being don't attack civilian vessels.
No. This is literally a thing that the United States does, right? We assert this thing that it, like in our foreign policy, in our diplomacy, and the rhetoric, you know, that goes with that, right? We assert that there's a rules-based order, and that we exemplify that. That's that's what the United States is all about. We live in a rules-based order now, and there are rules to keep anybody from doing anything that's gonna, you know, take advantage of any other country, unless it is justified by the United States or one of its allies, and then the rules kind of work a little different, and the rules are you're wrong and we're right. Those are the rules, and Hasan's 100% right. It is a pile of garbage. You do love Scanner Darkly? Oh my god, right? There's like... Oh yeah, Linklater also did that. For a second I was like thinking more esoterically than that about like a reference to Philip K. Dick in that movie, but no, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the other Richard Linklater movie. Like there's only one. That's right, he only made one other movie. No, he did, and it's in Austin. It's always in Austin. Consent is important, Irene. Manufactured or otherwise, that's true. And like this is the manufactured consent that we're getting, is that the Straw Hat pirates are outlaws and they're really bad, and if you see them you should report them because you'll get paid a lot of money. You get a pretty big bounty. You'll get an imperial bounty. There it goes. You'll get an imperial bounty if you report the Straw Hats. That's what Vaush is on about, right? He's definitely marine pilled here.
In international waters, I think that's a pretty okay rule. God, I wish I could talk to him for just a minute. Does he seriously think that only the United States believes that you shouldn't attack civilian vessels?
Vaush, there's like a reason that he won't talk to you. And I would love to talk to you about what you think that reason might be. I want to talk to Vaush about this. I want to know Like, yeah, we've established that Hasan won't talk to you. Good, right? Why do you think that might be? What might have gone on? Do you think this is a Hasan thing? Do you think this is a you thing? Why do you think things are like this?
In international waters, does he really, like, he's like, oh yeah, man, you Western chauvinist thinking you shouldn't attack?
No, Hasan. He didn't say Hasan is a Nazi. He said Hasan is anti-Semitic and that he is using Nazi talking points.
Civilian vessels that are traveling in international water. What do you, what other, like, basic common sense international rules are actually just America, American imperialism,
Basic comment. No, you don't know. Dude, no, please, Vaush. Also tell me that you understand and are familiar with the concept of a rules-based order, because this is a big thing that the United States diplomatic, outreach, right? This is a huge buzzword that they use and that the allies of the United States use, and it's really, really bad faith and disingenuous. It's like this idea that there are a set of rules and we follow them, and the rest of y'all need to follow them too. And if everybody would follow them, we will get along fine. But if somebody doesn't follow those rules, right? And they could be rules like, I don't know, that are pretty arbitrary. And then that change depending on whether the rules are regarding the United States and its allies or people that are on the outs with the United States and our allies, right? It's gaslighting. The rules-based order that the United States State Department talks about is gaslighting. Might there be some things that are common sense that they like included in that? Sure. But we're not talking about like the general principle of maritime trade, as Vaush says, right? This isn't like the Houthis aren't against, like, you know what? I don't think that anybody should get any products from overseas. It should be on a plane. It should be on a train. It should be on a car. It should be on a truck. But it should never, ever, under any circumstance, be under a ship. We do not like ships here in Yemen, right? And if you bring your ships by us, we will shoot at those ships because we don't like ships. We don't like you trading, right? That's not what's going on here, right? And you could be as cynical as you want as far as, do they really care about Palestinians and Gaza? Is that all this is about? Right? We will never know. You can't look inside one person's heart, let alone like a country's heart, and say like, what is their real priority here? But what you can do is put more pressure on to get a ceasefire so that at least if that's what they're hanging their hat on, they've got no more excuse. And if they really are just like pirate's life for me, brah, then they have to say it with their chest instead of hiding behind this virtue signal. I mean, that's what he's saying. He's saying that it has nothing to do with Gaza. It's a virtue signal. They just want to be pirates. And the United States rule-based economy is does not look kindly on piracy. That's very bad. Don't be a pirate, Luffy. Don't eat the gum fruit. Whatever you do, don't fight the Marines.
What else am I attributing wrongly to international consensus?
We give the orders. So, like, for example, you were like, hey, genocide is bad, right? Let's say Ansar Allah was like, hey, the genocide of Palestinians.
Wait, the chat is broken or
is bad. We are going to implement a blockade in the Red Sea.
They weren't implementing a blockade. They were just attacking random civilian vessels. You can take a look at the ones being attacked.
We say, no, genocide is good. We are going to do that. And if you try to stop the genocide in your own little way, we're going to come and blow you up.
I like the implication of this being the idea that America wouldn't have struck the Houthis and initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian if Israel wasn't currently doing a genocide. Like the way lefties talk about this, the only reason we're doing this is because the Jews told us to. And if
okay, wait, whoa. I didn't hear anything like that. The idea that America would let any other country that decided to do a little piracy, that decided to fire on some ships, make things hard for maritime trade, right? That the United States would be like, no, that's cool. That's not what Hasan is saying. I don't see the implication of that. Like, I don't see that being the implication either. Like, that's wild. The implication is that they want their products to move. The United States wants their products to move. And they don't care if Israel is going to exact more civilian casualties, because they are. And the United States isn't going to do anything to stop them, right? It doesn't need to be like a esoteric anti-Semitic tinfoil hat like rationale that you are projecting into it, Vaush. It doesn't have to be like that.
If Israel was just minding its own business right now and it had nothing to do with Israel, we would actually be totally okay with the Houthis just firing missiles at random civilians.
That's not what did he say that? Am I missing something, chat? Did I totally miss what the point of what Hasan was saying? And he's like, yeah, the US would let a lot of people, you know, like just like any country, right? You know, like they start firing missiles at ships, and the US would be like, that's cool, that's chill, little target practice, doing little piracy. I see there. That's pretty. Yeah, that's, you know, that we'll look the other way. I don't get where is he getting this? Where's he getting this?
In open waters, you know, like that is legitimately the implication of what Hasan is saying, that like, oh yeah, you know, we're only doing this for Israel, so in any other circumstances we would be okay with just random open piracy. That's definitely a real position, you know. Ignore the fact that the entire world teamed up against the Somali pirates. Jesus.
It's
Another
not
angle of
something
the
they've made a big
bombings?
issue out of in the
He said flexing for Israel, and I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I mean, I would say that the United States wants to insulate Israel from any pressure that might come from a you know, like a actions in the Red Sea, right? In terms of, you know, Israel being pretty heavily affected by the reduction of maritime trade in that area. But that's not, like, I don't know. You see what this is where he gets the anti-Semitic thing. This is where he's hitting Vaush with that from.
in the past. Yes, they've referenced it, but it's not been a big issue. There
Oh my God, can we watch shooties? I mean, Hasan watched it, right? This is Hasan watching it. I think we're okay.
their ability to give unexpected reasons and rationale and do the unexpected.
Remember, chatters, every single thing I said about Palestine was 100% correct. Many people yelled at me at the time. They're like, Hasan, I can't believe you're saying this is genocide. I can't believe you're saying this is genocidal.
Oh, by the way, remember, America is so good that we fired off an explosion that big and killed no civilians. That's our intel, baby.
We found out that
You sound okay. Wow. Now he's like, let's, like, you know what was really cool during this whole thing was the IDF, you know, the Hasbra that would come through claims. Could we have that for the US? Could we do like a version of that for the US? Look at us with our precision weapons, baby. Yeah. Toot toot.
that was the case. This is also unacceptable. I'm not saying it's genocidal, but I do think it's unacceptable. And it also is senselessly escalating. The correct way, for those of you in the upcoming days that will ask, well, what would you have done? The correct way to deal with this is by stopping Israel's genocide in Gaza. Did you cover Ansar Allah's statement?
Turkey condemned the attack on the Houthis. Yeah, Turkey is essentially just acting like... Turkey has for a long while now been trying to ingratiate itself further to the Arab side of things because Erdogan is a dictator, and the EU wants him to stop being a dictator, NATO wants him to stop being a dictator, and the Arab world wants him to keep being a dictator as long as he leans more towards them. The Arab world doesn't give a fuck about him being a dictator. So Erdogan has been siding more and more and more
What?
with... like anti-West.
I always hear people say that Hasan's political, you know, geopolitical analysis is particularly poor. But what am I hearing here? He's being more of a dictator because the Arab world likes that, and
sides of things, which is sometimes good, as is the case with them supporting the International Court of Justice case against Israel for genocide. But on the other side of things, it's shit like this, right? Oversimplification. Yeah, it's complicated, but I feel like that's a decent summary of what's happening.
America and Britain made a mistake in launching the war on Yemen because they
Look, if I was Joe Brandon, okay, and if you believe Joe Brandon's explanation, like there's a real limit to the amount of influence that he has on Israel. Now, obviously, there are things that, Israel's counting on, like aid, that could be, used as leverage, but for whatever reason, Joe Biden has decided not to do anything like that. But if I'm that Joe Brandon, that like I would say that, like, if you want a ceasefire to come about, if you want these massacres of civilians to end, if you got any ounce of humanity left in you, dude, you got to use this as leverage to push for a freaking ceasefire. But no, just using this as a chance to be a war president, which, I hope that's not what Biden is thinking. That would be pathetic, right? There was, and there can be, a rally around the flag effect of, the United States going to war in, various situations where the U.S. is perceived to have been attacked, like 9/11, right? The George W. Bush re-election in 2004, largely due to the perception of George W. Bush as a successful war president. Now, that's not how people would come to feel 2 years after 2004 when they voted in a Democratic House of Representatives, but they, that was a real rally around the flag effect, right? That Biden is not going to get that, right? Biden is alienating his base. Biden is putting the final nail in his own political coffin with this shit. Despite it being, aside from it being morally repugnant, right? It is also politically inadvisable.
not benefit from their previous experiences. Had it not been for Bush's foolishness in pushing Ali Saleh to attack us in Saada in 2004, the Yemeni people would not have launched 2014 revolution that ended the rule of the American ambassador in Sana'a and expelled the Marines from it. Had it not been for the foolishness of America and Britain in pushing Saudi Arabia and the UAE to declare war on us in 2015, Yemen would not have been able to today carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. There is no doubt that America and Britain today regret their
Hasan is literally just going to read that line uncritically and just roll with it. Yemen would not today be able to carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. You're just going to roll right past that, like, uncritically. Like, yep, that's true. Yep, this is a real perspective by people acting in actual good faith. And
yeah, you missed a chance to be to be anti-Muslim.
Something they really believe, you know? Sounds legit. I will take at their word the words of any Islamist militia. You know, just fire me from a rocket directly into Yemen, the Paradise Land. Just regurgitating propaganda. Yeah, like, again, like, there's no critical engagement whatsoever, you know? Like, lefties will look at an objectively correct statement from a CNN broadcaster and call it manufacturing consent, and then we'll look at blatant propaganda from the other side and go like, ah, yes, of course.
And soon they will realize the direct aggression against Yemen.
I haven't gotten, like, Hasan's take on this yet. He's reading it. I mean, is he supposed to reply to it after each sentence?
Was their greatest folly of their history. The thing is, like, they do talk.
Seriously? Direct aggression against Yemen will be the greatest folly in the history of the United States and Britain? We're just gonna read that and just like, oh yeah, you know, like, dude, like, you might as well have a paragraph in the end here, Hasan reading like, and Allah will curse all of your firstborn sons, or and Hasan's like, yeah,
yo,
like, what, dude, seriously, the greatest mistake.
A big game, but honestly, they follow
seriously with the Sam Harris take
through on it. I mean, they're crazy.
Oh my!
I gotta ask Vaush, do you think that Islam is the motherlode, quote unquote, as Sam Harris said, of bad ideas? Because that's what I'm getting.
I don't think this is.
Dude, he's like, dude, this idiot, bro. Literally, yeah, man. Those Houthis talk a big game, but like, yeah, they'll follow through. Yep, I guess it will be the greatest mistake. I mean, it seems incredible to me, but when the Houthis say they'll, you know, enact the jihad against America, it'll be the greatest mistake in our history. Oh, I guess I don't know. I guess we have to believe them, dude. Holy shit! Oh my god! What the? Why is everybody like this? There's like a million.
Wait. I mean, if you think he's reading that like the the Houthis can like bring the American empire to its knees, right? Of course, that's not true.
And people watching his stream throughout this going like, yep. Literally, right here. I'm blocking it with my thing. Cough inspired. Yep, they don't fuck around. Like, yep, the Houthi. Yep, that's the Houthis. We're unironically like pro-Houthi now. We are literally indistinguishable from those people like posting AI images of the Houthis like stomping on Israel or whatever, you know, like a big Houthi militant, you know. Jesus Christ. Remarkable. By the way, the guy whose account that he's looking at right now is literally a member of the Houthi government, the Supreme Political Council. Like he's literally just reading verbatim, like a jihadist insurgent government member's Twitter account and going like just straight off the presses. Like, yeah, yep. The truly Yemen will make the American infidels pay for their arrogance, you know? Our war is moral. And it is not with the American people or the British people, but rather with the Zionist gang that rules Washington and London. Hey, Hasan, have you heard what the Houthis flag says on it? Are you aware of what the Houthis flag says on it?
For the record, Hasan showed that flag, I'm told, during his coverage. Yeah, he's aware. First
tweet or second tweet, just slightly, you know, just a little bit. Do you think Hasan would be like, no?
Hi, sweethearts, cat. Welcome to the chat.
Man, they say Zionists, not Jews. They don't mean Jews. Like, dude. Keep reading. He literally says it's the JQ that cites every war. Bringing down this gang. By gang, he means Zionists, is the responsibility of all people, including the American people and the British people. This gang is the one that exploited the need of this American citizen and pushed him to live on someone else's land and house. Do you now know the source of evil in this world? Hasan, remember when I said the Nazis are pro-Houthis? There's a reason for that. There are ideological parallels between Nazis and the group that has "Cursed be the Jews" on their flag. Like, dude, horseshoe theory is unironically true. I'm very sorry to say to all of you guys, I'm not a part of it, but it is true. I'm kind of not joking. Unfortunately, you know, liberals have a point on this one. When it comes to anti-Semitism, the left is not beating the allegations. Literally, what the dude? I don't know. I feel like I should have something more to say here, but watching Hasan uncritically read like Yemeni propaganda from a government member of the Houthis, then looking at his Twitter and immediately seeing JQ posting is so on point that I feel like I don't even need to add to it with any analysis. It just immediately like, oh my God. Yeah, it kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, it kind of does. How do you, I always forget how to do this. How do you search on a person's Twitter feed? Like how do you search,
He's gonna.
This guy has posted.
He's gonna Twitter stalk Hasan. Oh, he's gonna Twitter stalk this other dude.
Not on PC. Ugh. From user. Oh, but that's annoying. Okay, I've Googled this guy's Twitter @ plus Zionist plus Twitter. So we now have 3 tweets that include the word Zionist in them, and I just want to get a character check. Okay. Oh. Here's another one where he uses the word Zionist. This was posted a couple days ago. He used the exact same clip of this Israeli settler being horrible to Palestinians. I've seen this clip. So this guy keeps posting the same clips of like one Jewish guy being evil. I wonder why. I wonder what his interests are. The primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are the Zionist officials in Western capitals, such as Washington and London.
Oh my God.
Not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the Palestinians who were expelled from
He doesn't get to Kyle Kulinski for like another 30 minutes.
From them. Jacob is one of the settlers from New York who justified his ownership of the usurped home of the original owner by saying, if I do not steal it, someone else is going to steal it. Wait, this guy is defending Jewish settlers in the West Bank. Wait. The primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are not the Zionist officials in Western capitals of Washington and London, not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the... That's a weird take. I don't even know what to make of that, to be honest. My advice to the U.S. government. People in the world have become more aware of the danger of your immoral foreign policies, and therefore it is no longer in your interest to move to please the Zionist lobby and arms companies at the expense of the security and stability of the world.
I mean, he's literally throughout this whole thing, he's basically had the take that Zionist is a dog whistle, for Jewish people, and like it can be used like that, right? It's just, you know, it's context dependent. Not to quote former president of Harvard, but it is actually context dependent.
Planted in Palestine. Huh, I think...
Why is Vaush? Yeah, what is Vaush?
The most sussy tweet was the one we found immediately. This guy sure does like to repeat shit, though. Well.
The distraction from the ICJ chatters. They've been...
I mean, like, it sounds like he's reading off... Like, now I want to find that account.
Gearing up for this for a while. This is Yahya Sari, spokesman of the Yemen's armed forces.
Like, I mean, yeah, spokesman of the armed forces. Do you think that, like, you're gonna take this as like a Hasan, like, signing off on this guy too?
If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is...
Take a look at this guy's Twitter account. Yahya Sari. Oh, he's got a master's degree in political science. That's nice. We love to see it.
Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is from December 19th. They're similar to the ones that were committed against us in the past 9 years.
This is the current spokesperson.
Bombarding hospitals, they bombarded our hospitals. Bombarding markets, they bombarded our markets. Bombarding schools, they bombarded our schools. Bombarding roads, people while they're soundly sleeping in their homes. Just like it happened to us. It's the same aggressor, the same American bombs being poured on Gaza, were the same ones being poured on us in Yemen. The aggressor is one. The aggressor is one. The leader of it is one. America. The one who led the aggression in Yemen is the same one who's leading it in Palestine. Majority were saying, strike Israel, we dare you. We strike them. They said, seize a ship, we dare you. We seized one and took it.
Some people argue that the phrase white trans woman is transphobic because it is sometimes that does happen. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't call out actual racism within the trans community. A similar situation applies to Zionism. Yeah.
To our port in Hodeidah. It greatly honors us that we mobilize against the enemy.
Is he unironically just broadcasting Houthi propaganda now? Yeah, it seems so. Like, legitimate. That does, like, genuinely seem to be just like everyone in.
That's what he's doing. It's like the Houthi channel now. That's right. Hasan's
like, yep, literally, like someone here saying that he's not wrong. Facts. You know, like, yeah. Keep like, not even to get into how much the Houthis have like barbarized the Yemeni people, like as if they actually act in the interest of Yemeni people. But like, yeah,
it's almost like Hasan does media analysis, right? I don't know. The Islamophobes and anti-Semites are both loving this BS. It pisses me off. Yeah, V.
They literally admitted their goal isn't to target Israeli ships. Yeah, because the goal is not to sink or seize ships linked to Israel, but rather to force them to use the Road of Good Hope as an economic pressure card in Israel to stop the crime of genocide in Gaza and lift its siege on residents.
Wait, so isn't that what you were saying is a blockade? Is like earlier Vaush was saying, like, no, they're just trying to shoot the ships. They want to blow up the ships. They want to be pirates, right? And now it's like he's walking that back.
So on one hand, they will say, like, yeah, we're not interested in sinking or seizing Israeli ships. We're just trying to pressure people.
Ooh, I did get my coffee. Chad, it's Void coffee time. Are you excited?
To apply economic pressure.
Chad, are you excited for me? I'm about to drink some Void coffee. We got this.
Void coffee.
This is what I've been needing. This is what I've been craving. This is what I've been missing.
But then here's the guy Hasan is watching right now, Yahya Sari, saying they carried out naval operations.
And it's really hot.
Against two ships.
Imagine that.
Linked to the Zionist entity. This means, by the way, that a tiny portion of the shareholder ownership of the company that this ship is chartered underneath is like an Israeli guy. Like, not that they're stopping in Israel or whatever else, just that, you know, very tenuous association. And then down here they say The Yemeni armed forces reassure all ships heading to all ports across the world, except for Israeli ports, would be safe and must keep the identifying devices open. So wait, hold on a second.
He watches BB2, says C-SPAN Stan.
The spokesperson for Yemen saying all ships heading to all ports across the sea are fine unless you're heading to or from an Israeli port. But then this random guy is saying, actually, no, we're trying to send all people around the road of Good Hope. Guys, what do we take from this? They're rabble-rousers. They don't actually care about Palestinians. They're anti...
He's unironically saying, who says rabble-rouser? Where did he even get that? Like, that's gotta be him watching some movie where the king is like, get these rabble-rousers out of my court immediately. These ruffians, these knaves, these scurvy wanker... No, they probably don't say wankers, but like, like that, where does he get that from? Rabble-rousers, you bunch of rabble-rousers, you're just trying to rouse a rabble. And I shall not have it. I shall not have it, I say, in my court. In the court of King Vaush, there shall be no rabble-rouse, none whatsoever. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Semites. And
I don't know what you heard, but we don't allow rabble-rousers around here. I'm King Vaush. Ha 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 ha. Pizza. Oh my god, I don't know where that character came from.
They had plenty of reasons to do that before, and now they're doing it by engaging in indiscriminate piracy. They're just doing shit. There's
indiscriminate piracy, like a bunch of straw hats, like a bunch of rabble-rousers.
There's no strategy.
There's no respect for the Marines. Come on.
They'll say the literal leader, the spokesperson of the Houthis, says you are safe heading through here unless you are headed for Israeli ports.
Sorry, that was just really good coffee. That's all.
Prior to that, including the two ships right here, they weren't headed to Israeli ports. Hasan is defending these people.
That we are confronting the Zionist enemy who's aggressing on Palestine and our homeland. We will continue to confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression in Gaza stops. This is a very important part. We will confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression on Gaza stops.
So, see, here's the deal. He said that. Now, Vaush has pointed out that maybe you don't want to believe this guy. Maybe you don't trust this guy. Fine. You know, people lie about their intentions. The United States has certainly lied about its intentions before, right? Okay, fine. Call him on it. Like, right? I love how Vaush is missing the obvious, like, the obvious real inflection point is that the United States, you know, instead of pursuing military action against Yemen, should start by putting pressure on Israel to stop the freaking killing.
As for the battle in our homeland, we are, God willing, fully prepared and ready for anything from the enemy. If Saudi and Emiratis even think of leading an aggression on us, commanded by Israel and USA, we are present and ready. They've tried us for 9 years. If they want to do it again, we're here and we're ready. As for America and Israel, if they attack our homeland, they will commit foolishness they've never committed before. The response will be fierce from the people and the armed forces.
Yeah, God forbid people attack Yemen. Everyone knows that Yemen, the nation long gone unattacked, will you know, enact a jihad of unimaginable proportions. If you ever attack Yemen, you know, attack Yemen, you don't say. Wow, that's unprecedented.
We are with our brothers in Palestine and Lebanon in facing Israel because they're our greatest.
That's his point. That's he was trying to say, you're not gonna do anything, Yemen. We've been effing with you for years and years and years. You're not gonna do anything. You're not gonna do anything.
Enemy. We didn't say death to America with
literally
our heads.
all the people in Hasan's chat are just like agreeing with this Houthi commander. Again, slavers, child rapists, butcherers of the Yemeni people, openly lying, anti-Semites, supported by Western Nazis, just uncritical support. What? It's not America. It's not America, right? It's not, hey, this feels very aesthetically leftist. Look, it's a guy in a red beret. It's a guy in a red beret, you know? He must be a good guy, you know?
It's turn. We are serious about it. A lot of Yemenis believe,
I mean, it should be a pirate hat.
Houthis are not the best and are corrupt in their own sense, but still most can agree that they are not the greater enemy America and Saudi is. Thank you. That's simply my point. My point is always, that many people, you can always find someone who will dick ride America. You're going to find,
Yeah, they're not agreeing with him on anything, the things that Vaush is talking about.
going to find like Kurdish people, for example, or even Turkish people as well, that will be like, no, America really good, actually. What are you talking?
We really want to go down this specific route with the Kurds? Hasan? Pecker? I wonder why the Kurds, who have been butchered and oppressed in all of the countries that they live in, might have some pro-American attitudes when America has, at points, shown solidarity and military support to them. Not legitimately or authentically, to be fair. We've been very bad allies to the Kurds. But like, I wonder when like Kurds are being mistreated in Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Iran. I wonder if there's some kind of common thread here. You shouldn't be surprised about this type of rhetoric. He said some insanely racist shit about Kurds so many times. Yeah, because to him, Kurds are like the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans. The Kurds are like an inconvenient oppressed group where the oppression they experience is usually done at the behest of anti-American governments. So he has to pretend that the Kurds are like hog people. Oh yeah, the Uyghur Muslims, the Tibetans, they're hog people. They might be oppressed and they might have been colonized or brutalized or murdered, but they're hog people. They're spiritually...
Wait, what anti-American governments have... Like Iraq? Are we calling Turkey an anti-American government? What does he mean?
align with the United States because they don't support, you know, the glorious People's Republic of Iran or whatever.
I know he didn't say hog people, but I mean, Vaush is like, he says hogs sometimes, and sometimes like he'll describe, you know, obviously like, you know, American like MAGA chud Republicans as like hogs. But then sometimes like if he's drawing a parallel between like a nationalist, like socially conservative movement and them, I could see him using the same phrase. Vaush saying hog people is so unintentionally funny to me. Yeah, farmers, right? What?
Talking about so much better than the current situation. You go to Iran, there are, you know, Shah riders, which is pretty crazy. Most of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. A lot of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. Sorry, but then you have the Shah riders in Iran still. They ride him super hard, and they say the most embarrassing stuff.
I think that most of the people who have left Iran actually just don't like Iran. I really don't think the majority.
Yeah, he doesn't let Hasan say anything. He just talks for him. That's what people accuse me of doing, right? When I use some insight or some, you know, information that I've gathered, you know, some things that I might be aware of, you know, from way back that they might not be. I get that accusation of like, you're putting words in his mouth. He didn't say that, and it's like, yeah, I mean, if you've paid attention long enough, you know what he's referring to.
Of the Iranian expats who dislike Iran are Shah riders. I think they just don't like the Ayatollah. You know, like I feel again like we're doing it again, right? This is an effort. It's like, oh yeah, the people who don't like the glorious, you know, humanitarian People's Republic of Iran. Well, it's because all of them simply long for the days of the Shah. You know, that's the only possible reason that they could feel that way. You know. Never mind the fact that the Shah was literally like half a century ago, and that a significant portion of the people who have left Iran or who are within Iran and don't like the Iranian government would have to dislike them based on the behavior of the government itself and the Ayatollah. But, you know, whatever.
You've ever heard in your entire life. It's the classic, like, I am Iranian. You need to glass Iran, my friend. We want the monarchy back. Like, that's the type.
God, you know, people should just like that was what Vaush got. Like, I think Vaush like used that phrase like glassing, right? People should just maybe avoid saying it on Twitch. I don't know, it seems like bad results accrue.
Energy that you get, but
I grew up around Iranian Persian expats in Beverly Hills, Jews who fled Iran when it became a hyper radicalized Islamic theocracy, and they don't usually say stuff like, man, I miss the Shah. They usually say stuff like, you know, it sure was cool when Iran wasn't like controlled by Iranian theocrats. Maybe we could do something like that. I've never heard defense of the Shah from any of those people. It's more like, damn, it sure does suck how things turned out there. An opinion held by many people still in Iran.
Overall, most people understand, even if they absolutely despise their own current government, as I do for Turkey, they recognize that the American government's involvement is going to be far worse for the country's future.
Really, this again, like this is incredibly reductive. It genuinely depends. Like it massively depends. There are plenty of examples where American involvement with a country has actually helped to enrich it, like depending on the order of the country or like its associations. The Middle East, not so much historically, but there are examples where that has been the case, for sure.
That's it. America's gravest mistake, which is not even a mistake, it's a deliberate attempt, but America's worst problem is that it has never allowed these countries to develop their own political movements without interference. That is an issue. So because of that issue...
Lacan, can you fucking tone it down? What the
a lot of these nations have become infinitely more reactionary.
A, I can't believe Lacan is a Vaush chatter. B, I can't believe they're like a problematic chatter. We gotta tone it down. Lacan's going off. Lacan's popping off in the Vaush chat. Wow.
Is a consequence.
And C, are Deleuze and Guattari there as well, or no?
Of that Western involvement, because everybody goes, no, don't touch that shit. What are you talking about? Now we can't even fight our own battles. I know this, once again, from Turkey. America's coup in Turkey literally gave Erdogan a lifeline and another 10, 15 years of mandate. It did. Erdogan directly changed the constitution by referendum, meaning a majority vote gave Erdogan the power to change the Turkish...
Wait, was this a U.S. coup? My understanding was that the Turkey just likes having the military coup its government. They do it for fun. Was this a U.S. coup?
There was U.S. backing for it, right?
Turkish minister says U.S. is behind 2016 failed coup. Okay, so a minister
Hasan is correct.
Said it. Does that mean it's true? The U.S. State Department said the accusation is wholly false. Is there any...
The U.S. State Department denies it, okay? There we go. There's Vaush. There he is for you. There he is. Want to know anything more about him? Like, I mean, there it is in a nutshell. Well, the State Department, though. The State Department denied it.
Is there any person who said it who isn't just this person? That's literally an Erdogan talking point. Yeah, real quickly, why does...
It's an Erdogan talking point. Yo. We're all about, like, talking points tonight.
What difference is there? They're like the worst, most belligerent member of NATO. They align more with like Arab states than they do with the West. Like, why does he dislike Erdogan? Soylu has referred to some protesters as LGBT deviants, and Erdogan said on Wednesday there was no such thing as LGBT. Excellent. Okay, so Hasan is anti-Erdogan, but he's just decided to roll with the idea that Turkey's failed coup was American. No. Because one...
Am I wrong? I think it's like this is substantiated. Like, right? You don't look at the State Department. You don't look at, Erdogan's press releases. You look for like a third party, and that's where...
Like far right dude in government said it because it's like an Erdogan talking point. Is there any more like evidence to this? Maybe there is. I'd have to look into it.
Constitution from a parliamentary system to a presidential one. In the aftermath of that coup, there was martial law instituted. This happens all the time. And Americans don't want to listen to someone who's actually from a country like this, or don't want to listen to someone who even looks like them, sounds like them, loves...
Didn't Hasan just do a big rant shit-talking expats from countries like China or Iran? Wait, he literally just shit on diaspora. He literally just did that. How does anyone watch this? What the what? Like, how could...
Did anybody get the feeling that he was saying, like, every immigrant from Iran? Like, right? Or that he's talking about a very specific phenomenon, which is, like, the pro-American... elements in any country like that's got some animosity towards the U.S. Tend to migrate. Tend to be more likely, I guess, to migrate to the U.S. But I don't know. Anyway, I don't think that Vaush is. Look at this. He's doing a Richard Wolff. Like, do you remember when Richard Wolff was debating Destiny? He was like in this position. That was the weirdest thing. He was like, Destiny, listen here. Right? And Vaush is doing this now. Like, what even is this? Like, I'm going to do it too. gotta kind of get like lateral.
Simply make these arguments back to back like this. They're diametrically opposed. They're opposites.
Loves America, lived in America for, you know,
They're opposites, just like the top of the hour ad break and not seeing ads, right? Usually those are polar opposites. There is one exception to that rule, and that's when you use a Prime sub to get out of that ad break, to give yourself those emotes, to give yourself all the perks of a Twitch sub, and up to and including not having to see those ads again, right? That's the one exception to it. You could also probably find an exception for $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile if you wanted to pay for it yourself, or if you were lucky enough to be gifted one of those exceptions by somebody very generous, right? It might behoove you to be active in the chat and thus actually get their attention and have them see that, like, look, there's a person about to get sucked into that ad break and only I can save them. Only I have the ability to pull them right out of there. So
10 years plus, they don't want to listen to anybody. They just want to listen to
8 out of 10, I'll take it.
Everything America is doing is actually good, and
I will take it.
Ultimately, they're trying their very best. I don't think I can get this across. At a fundamental level, I do not.
And the other thing being, if we hit any of these sub goals, we can go for a little bit longer, because I do have actually a really cool Minecraft mod to show you as well. We'll see if we can get into that. That and the surprise Vaush content. I don't know. I guess I got a lot of content, and I'll let chat vote.
Believe that
If we get there, though,
interested in the Middle East,
we're like, you know, not quite. We're a ways away. That's all. We're a ways away.
with honest and good intention.
I mean, if the honest and good intent... The funny thing is that what America's doing right now in the Middle East is probably actually the most upfront and honest thing we've ever done, which is, we want to protect international maritime trade, so we're going to shoot you, which is what we're doing. That's true. I believe them. I think that's honest, yeah.
That's it. I don't believe that. And I think there's enough historical precedent that backs this sentiment. I don't think it's
Iraq
good.
War.
America's involvement in the Middle East has always been bad.
Everything is like the Iraq War. Everything. Iraq War. Did you know that in the Iraq War...
Please name the exception, Vaush. Please tell me at what point, like, U.S. involvement has been good. Did you like the Gulf War I? Was that good? Did you like what went on in Iran? Before that, what time? What was the exact U.S. intervention that you think was good?
George Bush lied. Everything. Iraq War. Boots on the ground. Forever War. World War...
If I do a Minecraft segment, no, this is different. This is different Minecraft.
Iraq War.
I think. No, it is.
Government lies. Iraq War. Everything is Iraq War. All wars are the Iraq War.
Almost every other country that's outside of the Middle East and its involvement in the Middle East has always been bad. Russia included, or if you want to consider Afghanistan to be another part of it, I guess.
I'll prove it to you.
Into the conflict in the MENA region as well, even though, you know, it's Asia. One of the things is, like, there's not a lot of actors in town. There's regional actors that you can go to. If you're not going to be with America, then you're going to work with someone who's against America. And the regional actors that are positioned against America, more often than not, are going to be like Iran or Russia or China. Does that make sense? You say America should not be happy.
What did Hasan go?
No, it doesn't. And what Russian regional actors are...
Oh my God.
To? Exactly?
That scared me so bad. That completely scared me. Like, it stopped and I was like, no. No. I was literally like, no.
Out of curiosity, what regional interests are we talking about, like, locally from Russia? Do you mean Ukraine? Because he just denounced Russia's involvement in the area. And if we're talking about foreign investment in the Middle East, America takes top gun with our support of Israel. So I don't even know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't even understand. I don't know, man. I feel like this isn't going to top him uncritically reading Houthi propaganda from a person who's Twitter account just 3 hours ago put out an like unambiguous JQ
So-
argument.
Do you think he's ready to move on to Kyle Kulinski? Are we ready to find out why Kyle is a fascist now?
With their government wasting their tax money bombing the Middle East, why do you dismiss the Yemeni chatter that doesn't want their Houthi government wasting their money bombing ships on the Strait? Beautiful question. Thank you very much. The Houthi government that you are talking about is utilizing resources that is getting from Iran for the most part, okay, on Red Sea commercial traffic that is happening in its backyard. America is using our tax dollars to go f those guys up 8,000 miles away.
What? What? Military spending is okay if it's close? What? The point of navies is that they can go far and trade is global. What does that even mean?
The point of the Marines is that we need that maritime trade, and we need it bad. And only the big, strong Marines can protect us from all the pirates out there who would disrupt that maritime trade.
It's international trade moves through the Red Sea. It's international waters. They're just as international for the Houthis as America. They're international waters. That's the point. Do you think navies just hug the coast of the country they're from?
I mean,
Vaush,
most... Wait.
I don't know.
Wait, because we were talking about this the other day. There's a blue water navy. There's like a brown water navy. Is it... What's the other one? The green water navy? The Seaman will save us. Yes.
Oh. Man, every time
Saving
I
the
don't watch
Seaman
Hasan for a month or two, I think, man, I should probably stop having so many like mental negative associations. He's probably not as bad as I think. And then I see anything he has to say on foreign policy, and immediately it's like, wait, hold on, wait. This guy is literally like a blight on the Western left. They all are.
A blight on the Western
It's
left.
not just Hasan, dude. It's like literally every leftist online. I'm not even joking. I feel like I might actually be, in terms of large content creators, the lone ship in the sea.
He's the one good one.
I genuinely don't know. Like everyone else, including like squad members, is
Yo, it's only we've only got Vaush to count on.
Wild. Now I'm the Juan guy. Yeah. Jesus. Please don't go insane like these people. I think the reason why I haven't gone insane like these people is because I have enough of a personality and like good enough takes and perspectives that I can sort of like project my identity and my analysis without relying on the same tired lefty tropes of like, you know, America bad or whatever. People say that I'm a good onboarding or intro to leftism sometimes, but I don't think I am, because that would imply that there's anything but me after this. But I
Oh my
genuinely think
God.
that most other so-called orthodox leftist content creators, their takes are more juvenile and insipid than mine ever are, even when I'm feeling particularly spicy.
Vaush,
Like you
could you be any more up your own ass? Like, is there room in there? Can you snuggle in a little bit more? Could you be more up your own ass? Is it even possible? I'm starting to doubt it. I don't think there's any room. I think he stuffed himself completely into himself. I'm probably going to get killed by mobs here if I don't put a torch. That's right.
go to other
That's right. We can do
left.
two things at once.
A lot of
We
them.
can do
Like,
two things
dude,
at once.
Listen to what we listen to. He's the biggest lefty streamer, dude. What the f?
You're fucking
It's
jealous.
like America bad, America
And you're fucking jealous.
bad, America bad, America bad. Like there's nothing beyond that, you know. Any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like that's it, you know. It's juvenile. It's like an unwillingness to critically engage with the complexities of the world, which is, by the way, again, what made Karl Marx special. You think Karl Marx was the first guy to come up with the idea that workers are mistreated? That idea goes back thousands of years. That's not new. There were slaves in Egypt who were like, yeah, man, I think like we're getting
Karl
treated-
Marx was smart enough to realize that sometimes foreign intervention of a capitalist state, global hegemon, can be good. That's right. That's what he's known for. That's what he's known for.
We're getting like the rough end of the stick here, you know? Like that's not new. It's like intelligent, engaged, critical analysis that distinguishes like the leftist tradition.
I love how he
from just-
thinks that there's like there's a real pull towards America bad, just America bad, right? When like we're manipulated all of our lives not to see the parts of America that are bad, right? That's not where the propaganda, that's not what, you know, when you're hearing propaganda, that creeper is gonna, come on, blow up, you green weirdo. Okay. But yeah, this is like,
I don't know, campism or just like partisan bullshit, you know.
I really wish that he likes to say campism now, right? Anybody that, if you don't agree with him, it's because you're a campist. You're more concerned with the group of comrades that you pick, the people, the set of people that you work with, rather than the ideology. That's what he's saying with that. And like, come on, is like, I don't need to hear somebody that literally started his own, I don't know what you want to call White Leaf, because it's so many things to so many people, but it kind of seems like a camp. Kind of seems like a camp.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how this pans out, I guess. In international law, the high seas are considered a global common. No,
That's not good.
The international waters that are close to your country, it's okay for you to waste dollars attacking civilians there. But international waters elsewhere on the planet, that's not your shit, bro. Even though it's international waters, it's actually national to Yemen. Even though it says it's international, it's actually national, international. H Bomber Guy and Big Joel don't have any atrocious takes as far as I remember. In fairness, they don't do like day-by-day commentary on this kind of stuff. You know, they don't like tweet out their take on every like relevant issue. H Bomber Guy's Dark Souls takes are trash. I've watched that video and no, I think they're pretty good. Man, I don't know. It's just kind of disappointing. It's very doomer. Again, I don't get any like enjoyment from the, you know, from being contrarian on this. It's just so much of the shit that I see from other people, it's just objectively wrong. They don't even know enough to like mount an argument to prove me wrong. I don't know. I think this is largely because sentiment around Palestine's really strong. Yeah, and a lot of people are like weaponizing that in an effort to attack Jews. Seriously, go on Twitter and look at the top trending posts involving Yemen, because there are a lot of people there who are unambiguously Nazis, and they're getting support from lefties too. A lot of horseshoe shit is happening right now, which, by the way, is proving Israel right. You know, all you're doing, like when the left is so incapable of engaging with these subjects that they end up agreeing with Nazis on stuff related to Israel, even if the Nazis are being disingenuous, the like Zionist argument of them needing to have their own like fortress country, like becomes correct because they've proven they can't have allies elsewhere.
It feels like he's definitely like creating wiggle room for himself, doesn't it? Like he's creating wiggle room for himself to be able to slip in a more, you know, like to justify it. Basically, it's a kind of like it's rhetoric that reminds me of Destiny. Because Destiny's, one of the things that Destiny's known for is that he'll use people in a certain ideological, I don't know, sphere to justify his move to the right. Like you've seen this, right, with Destiny. Right? There's a justification. It's because the lefties are just so bad. They're so stupid. They're so bad faith. They're like, you know, it's making him become right wing. It's not his fault, right? It's the same kind of thing. And look, this is the apple that does not fall far from the tree, and the tree's name is DGG, right? That's where Vaush comes from. He's literally from, that's where he got his start, talking to Destiny, and garnered his audience from the lefties purged from Destiny, right? So he's, you know, are we that surprised that he's trying the same tricks that worked for Destiny when Destiny is like twice his size right now? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess.
It's so. I am Turkish. Hasan talked shit about murdered 14-year-old Kurdish child by Turkish fascist cop while he was talking Turkish chatters. I'd have to see it to like believe it, but I would believe it, I guess. I don't know.
I would believe it.
I have never in my life,
wow,
not once, heard Hasan say
move
any
that
talking point that with regards to foreign policy that sounded opposite to America bad. Like I've never heard him able to articulate.
Oh my God,
any
Sisyphean, thank you for the gift membership to Natalie Marie, who I know will totally appreciate that. Now you're playing Minecraft. You're gonna be surprised, right? You don't even know what kind of Minecraft I'm playing, but you'll see. You'll all see.
Argument that doesn't have that like that necessary aesthetic component. I'm sure he has.
Look, we could do it one way where like I wait for a I wait for the I wait for hitting the sub goal in order to stream more, or I could stream until we hit the sub goal, right? Either way, chat.
You know, as a matter of probability, he had to have done it at least some point. But like, man, holy shit.
But I'm starting to feel like
Joe Biden
maybe
helped Lula in Brazil, if I recall correctly.
Maybe that could happen.
Sure, but even then, that's because
I don't know, chat. Just call it a vibes-based assessment. That's what I'm making. A vibes-based analysis
of Lula, right? Like that's not that still is like okay, like Biden lucked into having a good take this time. It's not really like it's not a deviation from the aesthetic, you know, because it's always the aesthetic.
He can't stop talking about this, like, right? It's the deviation from the aesthetic.
Probably cap this segment.
Does he know that it's aesthetic?
Vented my complaints, though it's not going to change anything.
It doesn't matter to me if he gets it wrong, but if he's gonna call Hasan over like every little thing that he gets wrong.
Kulinski comes out unequivocally for.
Oh, here we go, Kyle.
Let me see.
Sometimes they have to take a
breaking. U.S. starts a legal war with Yemen. This is why my sub count doesn't explode, by the way, because
Yo, you are so jealous of Kyle Kulinski. Yo.
You know, this would be like a video that gets me a lot of views. Illegal war, Joe Biden impeached, blah blah.
And nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it. Well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. So what happened as a result of that? Okay, the insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up. Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror.
Like one of the things that kind of upsets me is that the idea of people not understanding the importance of free international maritime trade is very, very frustrating.
Look, sure, it's important, whatever. Like, right, we can't exist without maritime trade. It's probably pretty damn important in the long run, okay? In the short run, can we get a ceasefire? Can we use this pressure along with any other pressure that we can get, any other leverage that we can get? Can we use it for something good? Can we get a ceasefire? Can we get an end to these massive civilian casualties that are going on? That's kind of my priority. I don't know why it's not yours.
This isn't even like a left or right thing, you know? This isn't like a leftist or fascist or liberal or any other issue. It's just an objective fact of the world. Understanding the importance of international maritime trade is as important as understanding like how the water and rain cycle works. It's like it's so fundamental, you know, everyone needs to know it, you know? So when people are like, oh, wow, you know, your Funko Pops arrived late, it's very frustrating. I don't know.
What? Oh my God. Okay.
The U.S. would rather protect trade to Israel than
not trade to Israel. Those ships weren't going to Israel. They were just random ships.
Protect Palestinian babies who are being bombed on the regular.
It is true that America doesn't give a fuck about Palestinian babies. I'm not here to defend America's behavior with regards to Israel.
If you wanted the Houthis to stop, you know what you could have done? Told Israel, hey, you've already been doing this for months. You can go ahead and wrap it up now. 28,000 dead civilians is enough. Bombing, you know, another hospital, another school, another UN building, another marketplace. Wrap it up. I think we got the point.
I agree that we should put a stop to what Israel is doing, but we also should put a stop to what the Houthis are doing. We can stop both, or, well, I suppose we can only stop one because America refuses to do anything about it.
Because he doesn't, I mean, I get that Vaush doesn't believe that the ceasefire will make the Houthis stop. However, their spokesperson is on record as having said that it will. And if they back off of that, that looks bad for them. So if nothing else, it puts pressure on them to put their money where their mouth is. And if they're full of shit, then it's calling them on that bullshit. Why not call them on that bluff? If you think it's a bluff, right? If you think they love being pirates, they've decided a pirate's life for me. Like, what's that other one? The one from Lazy Town, right? There's like another pirate song, right? What is that? It's like, you are a pirate. Yeah, that's what they're on this piracy kick, right? If you think that's what they're on, then call them on it and be like, yo, if this is about more than just piracy to you, if you're not like living out some Luffy monkey fantasy of you as a pirate up against the big bad Marines, then you know you gotta do what you say and stop the stop disrupting maritime trade, because you don't understand how important maritime trade is. Only Vaush understands. Only Vaush is smart enough to understand the importance of maritime trade in our world, in our rules-based order. Aren't you glad that we live in a rules-based order, chat? I'm so glad. I'm so lucky to have been born in the United States, right? The country that came up with the concept of a rules-based order. Nobody else really had that desire, that inkling, that like. But the United States were like, you know what would be cool? We should have a rules-based order. That'd be really cool. Like in the world, all around the world, right? What do we run things on? Rules, and everybody has to follow the rules. But mostly people who aren't the United States and their allies, right? I mean, it's just basically a trick that the United States has used to gaslight the rest of the world. The rules-based order. We live in a society. That's what the United States says, and then contradicts that notion in the same breath. But, I mean, lucky me to have been born on the shining city on the hill that is the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's right. We're lucky.
But we are doing something about the Houthis, so that's good at least.
I think the 12,000 dead babies is enough. If you wanted them to stop, Biden could have told them, no more money, no more weapons, we're going to stop this. This is having wide-ranging consequences. Instead, what does he do? Pats Israel on the back, gives them a green light.
I feel like this is a meme.
They're special.
Are we doing the meme, chat?
And then decides to drag the U.S. into another.
We're kind of doing the meme.
We're not dragging the U.S. into another Middle East war.
How do you
firing?
Okay, how do you fucking know? Because you're talking about like firing on not just any nation, which, you know, a nation that's been through a lot of war and a nation that's got very little to lose, right? But you're also firing on an ally of Iran, right? And there's already tensions, major freaking tensions inflamed, right? I'm not saying that, like, you know, that should be like the end all be all, you know, rationale one way or the other, but you can't deny it.
Missiles into Yemen is not.
I mean, you it's not a sure thing, but it is dangerous. And like, the more that this conflict expands, the more volatile the situation is. If you really believe in like what I think that you're appealing to with those notions of like a rules-based order is stability and peace. And if you really believe in that, then
us into another
maybe don't like inflame things when things are already inflamed.
War. Everything gets compared to Iraq.
On their behalf.
We're not doing this on Israel's behalf. That's a borderline anti-Semitic talking point. Like, that's just fully like the Jews have like deceived the US into, like, that's just.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think that's necessarily true. Look, this puts pressure on Israel to do something other than continuing to kill massive amounts of civilians. I thought we were agreed that that's what should happen, but it essentially helps Israel like ignore that pressure to do what the United States is doing. You can say that without like implying some, you know, sussy conspiracy theory, right? That's not. I feel like he's debate broing the F out of this stuff, right? He's debate broing hard. Just like I'm grinding this Minecraft hard.
International maritime trade. Also, Operation Prosperity Guardian isn't just an American effort. It's literally an internationally led effort. There's a UN condemnation that happened right before we began firing. Like, it's
wait. It is an international effort to a certain extent, right? Like in that the UK and the US are involved in the actual military action. But wasn't it scheduled? So Operation Prosperity Guardian, right? Operation Keep the Amazon Prime coming, right? Keep my there were a lot more people that were planning on participating in Operation Prosperity Garden. Sorry, Prosperity Guardian. Operation Prosperity Guardian. It's kind of a mouthful, right? But that's what it is. Operation Prosperity. I can't say it. Prosperian Gardabus. Yes, Prosperian Gardabus. But there weren't there a bunch of countries that dropped out of this? They were like on board. Some of them were even in the area. They were ready to go, and they were like, you know what? Actually, yeah, we're not gonna send Navy. We're not gonna send like whatever logistics or Navy or boats or whatever we were planning on. That's not happening now. Am I wrong? I feel like there were a bunch of countries that pulled out. And while there might be, yeah, obviously, you know, like a lot of, including like countries like China and Russia, ostensibly, right, you would think are also on board with keeping this, you know, international trade going.
America, you know?
I mean, you know, I'm at a loss for words here because I always expect
The ones that dropped out just chose to escort their own ship in priority.
I keep almost saying Market Garden because that's the operation.
Was it one that dropped out? I thought it was more than one.
That I like have in my head.
Wow, we gotta move that. Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Chat Alpha. Here, let me make sure that you can see those memberships when they come out, or any of the... Okay, there's YouTube. We're gonna put YouTube over here. Sure, right in the middle of the screen. That's a good place for it. Okay. About Twitch. Oh, Twitch alerts got turned off in this one. Oh, I'm glad I caught that. Okay, so we gotta finish hearing about why Kyle's a Nazi, according to Vaush.
Cooler name, you know.
to make stupid decisions, to do terrible things. But this is like a level above and beyond. This was 100 million trillion% avoidable. We don't need to be going to war with Yemen. We don't need to be bombing 10 cities in Yemen. We don't need a hot war with the Houthis. And by the way, another really...
It's not...
Yeah, that is true. Like, or at the very least, Vaush, at the very least, and certainly you should agree with this, right? If you're against what's going on in Gaza right now, that we should at least try to negotiate a diplomatic settlement where they're saying that, you know, this is predicated on what's going on in Gaza. You know, if you think they're full of shit, at least call their bluff. At least try. Right? There's what is there to lose, right? The violence needed to end, like, you know, months ago, right? The violence should have never started up. And the fact that your priority is to keep trade moving rather than to stop what's going on there, it's grotesque.
Not a hot war. It's totally one-sided. We're not doing counterinsurgency here. We're just firing missiles at targets. I would agree.
How is he so...
If we were like dropping a bunch of boots on the ground, but we're America, you know. We can just kind of park an aircraft carrier. It's the Eisenhower, right? That's who we've got out there? Yeah, it's the Eisenhower. Here we go. Okay?
Why is he so comfortable with this situation?
This plus about a half dozen other major ships. All we need to do is park these in the Red Sea and fire missiles and do airstrikes. We can also use like Saudi airspace to attack from different directions. There's a lot.
I just don't get why he's so confident that this is not going to inflame tensions further. Like, I feel like we're in a really dangerous situation. Look, even if you want to be like Team America, and clearly Vaush is Team America here. Even if you want to be Team America, with enough, you know, if you game theorize as China and you say, hey, when would be a good time to do something in Taiwan, right? If you're Vaush, right, and you don't want China manifesting its one China policy. When would be a good time for that? Oh, I know, when they are otherwise occupied in several different spots in the world, right? Even if you're like, even someone like Vaush should see the lack of wisdom in this. I'm saying.
Wacky stuff we can do. We're the US of A. It's not like a hot war. It's not boots on the ground. You know, we're not doing a, you know, counterinsurgency effort. We're not taking over cities or trying to hold territory or whatever. I don't support any of that bullshit. It is a big boat though.
Important point.
He likes the boat.
This makes Americans less safe.
Wasn't there somebody in the Republican primary that was like all about the Navy? They were like could not stop talking about the Navy. They were like, yo, we got to get more boats for the Navy. That's going to be the shit. We get those Navy boats out there.
Because now...
That's objectively not true. Well, it is possible that this, like, escalates into a broader thing that makes it less safe, but we're literally doing this to protect international maritime trade, and some of that trade is American ships, so...
You are begging for retribution and retaliation because the U.S. is doing Israel's dirty work for them.
Okay, this is literally just like the anti-Semitic talking point. Like, this is the argument being made by Nazis on Twitter. It's not. Everyone, again, you can literally look at the UN condemnation or the people involved.
Like, I don't love the way that he phrased that, right?
Real, like everyone in
and Kyle's kind of got a history of
the world wants a safe Red Sea to travel through. Like, come on, man, come on. I'm really sorry. I know that Kyle Kulinski himself is not anti-Semitic, or at least I'd be very surprised if he was. But like the idea that that this international effort, one which is not even being opposed by China or by Russia,
is for obvious reasons.
America doing the dirty work of Israel is like, it is just the Nazi talking point. It is the one you will see Nick Fuentes making. That's really bad. Like, you know, you shouldn't. Yeah.
This makes us less safe. It absolutely makes us less safe. We are not a target of Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas. But you know what? When you keep sending money and you keep sending weapons and you keep greenlighting a genocide, maybe eventually they go, hey, they are the problem. You know,
they were targeting us, and they do attack our bases. But also, again, they chose to attack the Red Sea. I mean, I do agree that we're exacerbating tensions by our support of Israel, but you can't...
I mean, the U.S. has been... Anyway, it's a whole thing between Saudi Arabia, the U.S., and Yemen that's been going on for years now.
And attack international maritime.
Okay, let's...
Can't do it.
Dealer that's giving Israel, the addict, their fix. And now you go and you bomb Yemen. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Houthis are correct. Their action of blocking the ships was correct.
It's just like, man, I wish I could make points like this. I feel like my job would be a lot easier, you know?
Absolutely. It should have been the UN that was doing that, right? It should have been the U.S. if we actually cared about human rights, us doing that. No, Yemen, a super poor country, had to do the right thing and step up, and now we're bombing them as a result of it.
They're not blockading Israel. They're just randomly attacking ships in the Red Sea. You can't do that, please.
Now, I should point out, there are some reports that are unconfirmed as of this moment that they went after U.S. ships. So, Crystal was telling me that just the other...
No, that's not unconfirmed. They definitely did that. Is that is that unconfirmed? I thought that was just being reported on, like, factually, like, matter-of-factly. Of course they would. They absolutely did that, like, multiple times. The U.S. and UK ships in the area.
Today, we targeted a bunch of their drones. We, like, shot down a bunch of Yemen's drones, the drones that they're using to police the Red Sea, effectively.
No... Not to police, to attack civilian ships. Dude, Kyle, the drones we shot down were en route to attack civilian ships. Those were drones. The Houthis don't police the Red Sea. They don't have patrols. They sent those drones out to attack. They're like what? The police? They're attacking ships in international water. They can't police them.
And there are some reports now that they went after U.S. ships. We don't know the timeline of the events. So in other words, we don't know if the Houthis knew the U.S. were going to attack them, or the U.S. was already in the midst of attacking them, and then the Houthis started attacking the ships, or we don't know if
the Houthis attacked our ships before we shot them. However, we were definitely like always going to attack Yemen. So if you want to argue that they were engaging in some kind of like preparatory defense, I guess you could, but you know, they attacked civilian ships to begin with, so.
They attacked the ships in retaliation to us attacking their drones the other day. We don't even know for sure if they did attack the ships. There's just some unconfirmed reports.
They're not unconfirmed, and the drones that we shot down were on their way to attack civilian... We do know the timeline. This is the literal timeline. Yeah, we do know the timeline. This isn't like a kept secret or whatever. Boarded the Galaxy Leader and sailed her to Hodeidah. Struck and damaged by an Iranian Shahed 136. Is that a drone or a missile? Munition, autonomous pusher prop drone? I think that's a one-way drone. So it's like a drone missile, kind of. Attacked unsuccessfully with an anti-ship ballistic missile, then successfully with another. Minor damage. Minor damage, no casualties. Minor damage, no casualties. Onboard fires, another damage. Later, a UAV assessed to be heading for the Strinda was shot down by the French Navy frigate Languedoc. Initial hijacking attempted by skiffs, deterred by an exchange of fire from onboard security. This was followed by the launch of 2 or 3 anti-ship missiles with mist. Man, the Houthis suck. The assisting USS Mason was also targeted by a UAV, which it intercepted. Okay, so there's the first attack against a US vessel. Her owner is Ardmore Shipping, Bermuda. Israeli ship owner Aiden Ophir's EBS Ventures had divested its 1.9 million share stake months previously. Why is I guess Wikipedia is like providing the excuse the Houthis would use, but like at some point in the past, a partial stockholder of the company that owned the ship was Israeli, I guess. Had been ordered to Yemen by the putative Yemeni Navy, missile missed, beneficial owner Greater China Intermodal Investments, Eastern Mediterranean Loop, no schedule cost, Israel not called there recently. Fire damage, fire and other damage, turned around and exited. Wave attack, no damage. What is that? Double strike, fire damage. Mediterranean Shipping Company attack failure. Struck by a one-way attack UAV, no injuries reported. Several explosions near the vessel, no injuries. One successful missile strike, minor damage. The next day, an attempted hijack. First direct engagement with Operation Prosperity Guardian results in 10 Houthis killed. First casualties in the theater. First blood. At least 21 UAVs and missiles were launched, 18 of which were intercepted at, look at that, the USS Eisenhower Carrier Group. On the 11th of January, that's yesterday, oil tanker boarded and commandeered by Commando 50 nautical miles east of Sohar, Oman, last tracked headed towards So hijacking, even just yesterday. Clueless, today I will attack a carrier group. True.
That happened, but now that's almost certainly going to happen. And this is what we've been talking about, guys, how everything escalates out of control and the tit for tat, it turns into a massive snowball effect, right? And so now, you know, the Houthis fire back on some U.S. ship. Nobody's died. No U.S. people have died, right? But imagine even one U.S. soldier dies. Then, you know, Joe Biden and neocons and Republicans, all these people could look at that and say, well, the Houthis are just a proxy for Iran, so this means Iran killed a U.S. soldier. Now we got to go to war with Iran.
What, man, it really feels like online lefties can't engage with any Middle Eastern foreign policy that isn't like everyone but me wants to go to war with Iran. We're not, nobody's talking about this. We're just talking about bombing the Houthis to stop them from attacking civilian vessels in the Red Sea. Like, where have we gone from this? Where are we at right now?
So, this is where we're at. Look,
He told you that's where we're at.
has done, literally put at the top of the list, the tippy top of the list, green lighting Israel doing a genocide and arming them and funding them as they do it.
I would agree.
And now, illegally and offensively bombing Yemen, bombing the Houthis in Yemen. This is a country that...
Neither illegal nor offensively. This is absolutely being done defensively as a response to multiple attacks.
It's a defensive bombing. Who knew?
And civilian vessels in the Red Sea.
didn't attack us and was only trying to effectively do a blockade of Israel in a sad attempt to put economic pressure on them to get them to stop carpet bombing babies in Gaza.
They were not blockading.
Vaush is like, actually, a blockade is when.
And if you sincerely believe the Houthis are authentically acting out of humanitarian interest while ignoring the incredible lack of care they have for humanitarian like norms and rights in their own territory, like again, like you're a mark, right? You're falling for it, you know. This would be like listening to Iran talk about like the plight of Muslims in the Middle East against America and think they're being sincere or whatever, as opposed to just using it as a way of galvanizing people against America and legitimizing their own power.
I don't know what else to say about it, man, but this is bad. And so we told you from the very beginning in those long Israel segments, we told you, look out, because this is how giant regional wars start. This is how it happens.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That's not true. Giant regional wars usually start with efforts at occupation or boots on the ground. Firing missiles from afar doesn't usually result in the same kind of outcomes. And I know this because we've been firing missiles back and forth with Iranian proxies for like decades in the Middle East without it leading to a conflict with Iran. Sorry, just like articles on how the Houthis have de facto legalized slavery so that the more than 1,800 Yemenis work as servants and slaves in the residences and workplace of high-ranking Houthi officials. There's a lot. It's not a good society, man. I would not personally want to go and live in Houthi-controlled Yemen. You know,
No shit.
that I would not enjoy that, in my personal opinion. They have a caste system. It's just I like the idea that they're acting out of humanitarian interest is just so misguided, I feel.
You know, it's a little bit of, we're backing Israel. Israel's massacring civilians in Gaza. Then it's Israel doing tit for tat with Hezbollah in one area. And then it's us, the U.S., bombing.
I mean, it isn't a normal situation. It is a very inflamed situation already.
Israel taking out a Hezbollah commander here, an Iranian commander here, a Hamas leader in Beirut.
I know we're missing a couple of specifics here, but typically when we engage with Shia militias in Iraq or Syria, it's because they've also been firing on us. In fact, I believe they've made hundreds of attacks against U.S. bases since October 7th. Again, like, the specifics on this, you know, often get kind of blurry when viewed from afar, but very often, like, you know, people interpret this as like, well, we're just sort of like vindictively killing Muslims for no reason, as opposed to, in many cases, like,
we gotta make the trade go. We gotta make the boats go toot toot, Jack. Get on board.
Engaging in conflict against us, and defensively they are shot or like retaliation is taken.
Defensively,
in Lebanon,
we bombed those.
Illegal. You can't just bomb Lebanon. They did. And
didn't
then
ISIS take credit for the Lebanon thing? Didn't Israel bomb Lebanon? They've done that. Yeah.
Now we are in a hot.
They shouldn't have put their country so close to our bases. They're Shia militias backed by Iran. What are you suggesting? Wait, they've been attacking bases in Iraq. What are you suggesting? That Iran has sovereignty over Iraq? Vaush was a joke? Okay. Yeah.
He's blowing up at his chatters.
To tell, with stream being what it's been, you know? Hey, come on, you know.
He's really defensive. I guess it's.
No, I'm not mad. It's just like, what, you know, given how the stream's been, you're getting twitchy. You're right. I'm getting the shakes over here. You know, I'm seeing ghosts.
Or bombing Yemen, completely illegal, completely unconstitutional.
Not illegal or unconstitutional.
And for what? We know the answer. The thing that we're doing it for is to continue to allow Israel to carpet bomb children.
No, that's not why we're doing it. It's because it threatens international maritime trade. Israel is perfectly capable of continuing to bomb children.
He's got these like talking points, right? He's got to say.
More disgusted than I am right now. And by the way, if you turn on mainstream media, whoo, good luck.
He's got to say.
There is not a single
international maritime trade as much as possible.
Good luck getting the context while listening to lefties, man. I feel like you'll get more info reading a CNN article than you'll get from like going on Twitter and looking at lefties. Holy shit! Like at least
freaking lefties.
CNN article, you'll get like basic details on the thing, whereas it feels like all you'll get from the like Twitter lefty takes is like, you know, illegal war exactly like Iraq, invasion of Iraq. It's happening again. We did this. You know, the Houthis were bravely protecting the Palestinian babies. You know, it's like fuck God.
In mainstream media that will tell you the very basic thing. Hey, why is Yemen doing this? Why are they policing and patrolling the Red Sea? Why are they trying to block?
You can't, leaving aside the fact that they're not policing or patrolling the Red Sea, they're just randomly attacking civilian vessels. That's just a lie. What the gives them the authority to police the Red Sea? There's international waters.
What did you think? Did you think he was claiming that they have the right? They are policing the Red Sea. They're making sure that nobody's drinking or boating. They're making sure that all the speed limits are obeyed. That's not what Kyle's saying. That's not even what Kyle is saying. There you are. Nice.
You literally can't do that in accordance with international law. You're not allowed to do that. You can't policing international waters to attack
No shit.
vessels. You can't. That's not a thing. Like
No shit.
The ships here, I don't understand. Again, they're doing it to try to stop Israel from doing a genocide. Putting economic pressure on them to try to stop them from doing a genocide.
like the USA is. The USA is there because ships in international waters are being attacked, and then the US ships got attacked, you know? Past the point, it's kind of on the Houthis. Like, the United States is not going over there to attack civilian merchant vessels, at least not to my knowledge.
That's why. Now, when you hear that context, it's a lot harder to critique it, isn't it?
I'm critiquing.
And by the way, Hassan Piker was saying on Twitter that he turned on CNN, and they were describing the U.S. illegally bombing Yemen as a de-escalatory action.
I wonder why. I wonder.
Yo, I do wonder why. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem de-escalatory at all. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. What is even going on? What is even going on? De-escalate. That's how you de-escalate things. Bombs for peace. Yeah, I guess. Oh, also, Soul Life, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait. I feel like I didn't have the... Maybe... Okay. I must not have had the, stream alerts on. Do people really watch this guy? Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. And we've got even another take that I'm debating on watching with you, right? Another take from Vaush. Like, they're not allowed to police those waters. Those are international waters. You can't police those. Only America can police the waters. Only America, chat. Only in America. What are we feeling like now? Do we need a palate cleanser? Something that's not Vaush. Because we do have Pierce Morgan interviewing George Santos. If Vaush could stop punching left, he'd be a harmless clown, but he is fuck to the yeah on George Santos. Tunnels? We do have some tunnels. Eel Pit? Oh my god, Eel Pit! Yo! We got some Eel Pit fans in chat. Vaush said multiple times, they're not policing, they're just attacking civilians. They just attacked civilians. Greed is the way the U.S. bombed. It's why the U.S. bombed Yemen. Yemen was interfering. Yeah, exactly. It was just like there, and there's no even. There's another way to solve this problem potentially, right? And if you're not solving the problem, and you think that like Yemen are full of shit, then you call them on their shit, and you say, "Oh yeah, here's a ceasefire. Will you let the boats go toot toot?" And then if they don't, then you really are in a situation where you're like, okay, well they want to play pirates. I hate though the way that the kind of foreign policy takes that Vaush does have the result of putting himself as a supposed libertarian socialist, as somebody who wants to move beyond capitalism, in the position of the U.S. military industrial complex, right? What should be done with this empire? What should we do with it? How should we empire? Have you heard of well, I mean, okay, you know how a lot of shows are revolving around the police? Like there's shows where they actually follow some real life police around and watch what they do. There's shows where the characters are police and we're looking at things from the police point of view, right? In France, I know they call these policiers, procedurals, right? Some people would call it propaganda. And not the least of which reason, because it puts you in the mindset of a cop. The show, if you watch it, right, causes you to think like a cop and to see the world like a cop. And, obviously it's probably unrealistic. It's not really very much like what real cops do, but it gives you this heroic association, right? And I feel like these kind of debates and lefties who feel the need to weigh in on what should we do with the global hegemon, the United States, it's kind of a kind of a trick. It's kind of propaganda in the same way. Vaush will be like, what are we supposed to do? Nothing. Well, I mean, no, what we're supposed to do is get a ceasefire and use this as a reason. Hey, you guys really need a ceasefire now, okay? Trade is being affected. It's affecting us. It's affecting Israel particularly. Come on, let's stop killing people, right? That's what the United States needs to do. If you can say there's anything that we can do well with the global hegemon that is the United States, it is put pressure towards a ceasefire. And that's something that Vaush apparently has no interest in. No interest whatsoever. And I kind of thought that on this issue, on Gaza, that this wasn't one of the issues that Vaush was bad on. So there's that. So we got one vote for Santos. We've got some Owen Jones to go over on the Yemen bombing in particular. Oh, you're going to love this. I mean, maybe you're going to hate this. I don't know, chat. You're going to have a strong emotional reaction towards this. That I will tell you. That I can speak.
You think you're a smart guy? I actually think
that I can speak with certainty. So what do we have here? What do I have for your amusement, right? Because I'm not sure if we're going to hit the I'm not sure if we're going to hit the goal, the sub goal. So I don't want to get out the extra Vaush content that I've got, but I do have some other content, right? This is Patrick Bet David. Valuetainment. MLM dude turned talk show host, podcast host, Patrick Bet, whatever he's going to call him, Patrick Bet David. and he is hosting a debate between none other than Bassem Youssef and Vincent Oshana. And I don't know, like, you might like this, you might hate this, but you're definitely going to have a strong emotional reaction to it.
You know your stuff. You're just so fixated that Israel's the problem. The problem in the Middle East, like I said, follow the money. The countries that are succeeding, the Qataris, even the Saudis these days, they're coming into the modern world. They're leaving the 6th century mentality behind and say, let's get into the 21st century, where they need to succeed. In whether it's Gaza or whether it's Lebanon or whether it's Syria and whether Afghanistan, they need to focus on GDP, not GDT. Gross domestic product, not gross domestic terrorism. And the problem is,
what the fuck?
Put the guns down. Put the Quran down. Actually,
oh my God. Yo, I didn't realize how bad this would be. I didn't realize, wow, put the Quran down, put the guns down, put the Quran down. Okay, wow, this is like a step beyond like your Sam Harris's, or like your, like, you know, Sam Harris being known for being atheist, being against religion in general, but then, like, you know, pressing the point that Islam is worse than other religions, as he said, the motherlode of bad ideas, right?
By the words that the Quran says, not some false equivalent of what they think is actually going on there. You talk about the genocide in Israel or in Gaza as if it's just a matter of fact. Well, let me show some stats for you, because after you see these stats, Israel's the worst genociders ever. The numbers, according to the world data, if you trust data, between 1990 and 2022, the Palestinian population overall.
Oh my God, have you heard this one before? Do you know where he's going? Somebody in chat knows where he's going with this, right? You've seen this before. They're not good at doing the genocide. You know why? Oh my God, Sarah, thank you for the, that's a 25 stream streak.
2 million to 5 million, okay? Pretty bad at genocide if that's what's happening right there. And
their population, the Palestinian population grew. Or wait, no, I think he might even be talking about the population in Gaza. Right? And you understand that that's not just like population growth through, like, you know, childbirth and stuff like that, right? A lot of that is people that are dispossessed being, you know, having the only option to go to is Gaza. Yeah, this is so bad. I think Destiny did this, like, right? But I feel like Destiny at this point, if he debates somebody on this, he's maybe not going to use this talking point. Like, I feel like this is blown up in his face a few times. But it's just, he's so, and you know, Bossam's going to point it out. I don't have to say it.
Gaza, it went from 645,000 to 2.1 million. It's 3x. That ain't genocide to me. Now, to 20,000 people, 30,000 people needlessly killed during this bullshit war that was started by Hamas, is that horrible? 1,000,000%. And any Jew or any Israeli...
It's just like a conflict that in his mind started on October 7th, 2023, when in actuality, it's been going on a lot longer than that. And that's the wrong button. See, that button would give me really relaxing music. And we can't have Irene getting relaxed, can we?
600,000 to what?
645,000 to 2.1 million.
From what to, from when to where?
This is in 1990 to 2022.
Do you know why they increased?
Because they're having babies like crazy.
No. You see, this is...
Because they're having babies like crazy. Look, like, you heard Vaush, like, calling out dog whistles where there were none. But they're having babies like crazy. They're effing like bunnies. I don't know. That sounds an awful, that kind of rhymes with a lot of racism that I've heard. I don't know what to say.
how like when you watch data while being uninformed makes you look very stupid.
Tell me why. Tell me how the population has gone from 2 million to 5 million.
Yeah, because most of the 1.5 extra million didn't come from Gaza. They were pushed away from other parts of Israel. So most of these people, they have increased because of refugees being kicked out.
If you're talking about the settlers, those are tens of thousands. Stop
I'm talking
it.
about
those
Gaza.
aren't millions of people.
Dude, listen.
Moving
My wife's
houses.
family is not.
Dude, listen.
And yet they found themselves in Gaza because they were sitting in other cities and villages outside Gaza.
There we go.
The systemic pushing of people from other.
There we go.
Israel, pushing them
That's
to
not
Gaza.
millions of people. This is why I said that you're
1.5
intellectually
million.
dishonest or intellectually lazy.
No.
That's not the cause of millions of people being moved.
I'm
familiar with the settler stuff and the disengagement in 2006.
You don't know what you're talking about. These are people that
millions
were
of
outside.
people?
What?
Okay.
The people who belong to Gaza are 700,000 people. Right now, Gaza is 2.2 million. That is not birth rate, my friend. These are people pushed from, and by the way, that's not the first time. 1948, at the night of the declaration of the State of Israel, 1.5 million Palestinians were like moved overnight. So it's not the first thing. So before you giving me numbers, you want to appear smart? No,
that rhymes.
The numbers, because these are not people giving babies.
Okay,
these are people being pushed from.
Bad Lefty says that rhymes like Vivek's verses. Oh my God, his verses are the best. His bars, Vivek's bars.
Other places in order to be part of the open air prison that it is.
Okay, so then
it's not delivered.
If you want to fact check me, let me fact check you. Anytime that there's numbers increasing, Basif.
What a piece of shit! What a fucking! I hate this guy. This is like, okay, I don't hate anybody, but like I hate this argument that he's making, and I hate that he thinks that we are subject to it because it's such a bad argument, right? You literally have to like simplify your definition of genocide to like an attempt to ruin and you know, approaching reducing a population to zero. And if that's your standard, then you're never going to stop a genocide before it happens. And you're never going to consider anything a genocide, and you're never going to learn, and you're going to keep on with these events where like massive numbers of a certain kind of people are systematically killed and or displaced. Like that's so disingenuous. So disingenuous. He's like, look, number goes up. Not very good. That's not what genocide is, right?
650, 450, whatever you want to call it, to 2 million, however it happens, that's the exact opposite of a genocide.
Oh my God.
The whole open air prison
displacement,
are talking points. Are talking points of BS.
No.
And this is why I said you were...
The thing that really pisses me off here is there are actually people that believe this. There are people out there that sounds good to me, right? Genocide is like a total... You know, they're seeing it as an all or nothing event. And like, I'm sure some people would be like, it is an all or nothing event. What are you talking about? I mean, like that's not an understanding of genocide that's in any way in line with like the Lemkin Institute, right? This is not a useful, in fact, this is the most useless definition that you could possibly have. And it actively prevents any attempt to prevent further future genocide.
Intellectually lazy, or you just hate Israel.
Basically, this whole thing about you hate Israel and hate Islam, this is a very lazy way to talk to people.
It's kind of like your thing.
What did I tell you that is so lazy? What did I tell you, like you're fucking racist?
Because you've already said that multiple times.
No, I didn't say.
Yeah,
you
didn't say it yet.
Your undertone is racist. That's
not so not me, but what's going on inside of me.
And someone like the way that you analyze numbers is very lazy. Because again,
really, when I actually use stats and data from
that's right.
These are numbers that were outside
of
Gaza.
You've said no stats. You've given a fucking opinion the whole time.
It's like saying that California has increased triple, or the size people in Texas increased because of birth rate. No, they increased because people from California started moving voluntarily. You have pushed 1.5 million people outside of Gaza, inside of Gaza in a matter of 12 years, and that's why the number has inflated. It's not because they were giving birth rate.
So then, where's the genocide?
They were evacuated.
Where's this alleged genocide happening?
That's happening right now under your eyes.
So as of 3 months ago, there was no genocide. So it's just a new.
Well,
thing.
we didn't actually use the word genocide before 3 months ago.
Okay, but you've been calling for the river for the sea.
We didn't use it
for decades.
Well, also Israel have a lot of maps that is putting in the greater Israel from the Nile and the Euphrates. That's genocide for 5 countries there. And this is not by people in the street or people on YouTube. These are ministers. These are officials in the official government of Netanyahu. If you have someone, an Arab president, like the Egyptian president or the Jordanian king tell you from the river and the sea, it's like, oh, it's the Arab authorities. You are basically complaining people on Facebook and the official viewpoint of the Israeli government. You're basically comparing apples to oranges. It doesn't make any sense. You're basically comparing activists with people with power, with money, and with weapons. So I don't know how come you're comparing them.
What's your solution? Because you got all these answers and we have no solutions. What's your solution?
Justice. Stop killing people and give them back their land. That's it.
Okay.
And giving them back the land, it's going to be a much more complicated thing.
Who's going to lead your negotiations? Mahmoud Abbas, 88 years old?
I have no idea, man.
No.
I have no idea.
That's the point, you don't have an idea.
Well, when I say I have no idea, I'm being humble because there's a million people who can do it, but like I'm not a politician, I'm a comedian. I come here to tell some of my opinions, but the thing is you want to put me, and you use that and you give me, I'm sorry to say, butchered political information and numbers that doesn't say anything.
Stats are really butchered in political vision.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how you have all the solutions for Israel, but you have no solutions for Gaza or Hamas. Very interesting. Very interesting how you can critique everything that's going on in Israel. Yes, they do have some things they need to rectify. Just like the United States, just like a few democracy. You've got
just a few things that need to be.
What do they do over here in Gaza? What do they do? I have no idea. I'm just a comedian. Don't listen to me. So which one is it? You either know your shit or you're actually.
So what was your question? What's the solution for Israel?
The solution
I said the Israel
for
give
Gaza?
Back the land. For Gaza, how about you stop the killing and then we can talk?
Okay, so let's say we do that.
Okay.
So here's what I believe. I think we need to demilitarize Gaza. We need to de-radicalize because they're the leading.
How are you going to deregulate? How do you do that?
Well, maybe let's stop.
So how about
stop summer schools where they teach about jihad and they start playing football and soccer.
How about the religious schools in Israel that actually tell people that we should kill all Arabs? And these videos are
you know all those Jews that are running around bombing everywhere around the world? No, it doesn't fucking exist. It's only in Islam.
Oh, really? But what about the Jews killing the Palestinians inside?
I'm talking about around the world. If I said there was
we're bad people. We're bad people. Take us out.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, we're very hot.
Okay, what I'm saying is they need to.
Religion. We are a terrorist religion. Take it out.
You said it. Your words.
Let's do it.
You said it. Your words.
Yeah.
Your words.
Let's do it. I mean, like
your words.
This is like you have a really interesting outlook for people who look like me. You look at me and I'm Muslim, and you have all of these assumptions about me being a terrorist, while Islam is not the terrorist.
You said the words, Bassett. I didn't say the words.
You know what's the difference between Islam and terrorists? They go on like some rogue groups and they kill and they do shitty stuff. But you have like a whole country with a whole military arsenal who is committing terrorism every single day, backed up by the US.
There it is. There's your Israel talking.
Yeah. I'm going to talk it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Totally cool.
That's my opinion.
Totally cool. Yeah. It's all good. But you're trying to tell me that Islam doesn't have a terrorist problem?
Muslims have a terrorist problem.
Correct.
It's like when you say Islam has a Muslim problem, when you say Judaism has a Muslim problem. All right, a lot of Muslims are assholes and they're doing horrible stuff, and I do not feel the need to defend those people because those people don't represent me. The thing is,
if Jews were running around all over the world blowing themselves up as suicide bombers, as a Jew, I'd be like, guys, what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Okay.
This is accomplishing nothing.
But here's the
reality. Jews aren't doing that, and Christians aren't doing that.
Jews are not.
Let me ask you a question.
They're not doing that in Gaza. They're not doing that in the West Bank.
Everything you talk about is Gaza. I'm talking about the world.
What's happening
You're
right now.
so obsessed with this one topic.
You're so obsessed with this one topic. I wonder why. Oh my God. It's hard to listen to him. Is everybody okay? Are we okay? Like this is really infuriating. Bizarro conservative Hasan? Yeah, Zionism is not Judaism. This is such.
Okay,
Because my family lives there.
But my family's in Israel.
Really?
So only your family counts. My family doesn't
No,
count.
no, no. Okay, but like, did your family are living in an open air prison and being killed every day?
The open air prison, the genocide.
Oh,
Get them.
you see how you
get them new talking
You see
points.
how
open air
it's the
prison.
only talking.
Oh my God!
It
2006.
didn't leave. It left, and it
You gotta get new talking points.
No, there's
Why
no-
do they have a blockade? Maybe because they're shooting missiles hundreds of times a day. Yeah, I'd pretty much put a country in a blockade if they were shooting missiles
you cut them
every
from
single
the air,
day.
cut them from the sea, cut them from the water. It's like, okay, go live. How do you do that?
Let's move on from Israel because I know you're hyper obsessed with it. Why?
You're obsessed. What the fuck? What the actual?
I'm asking you about the world, and I'm asking you about Christianity
Giving everybody, yeah.
and Muslims and Judaism. You want to focus on Israel. Why can Muslims move to any Christian country they want, but Christians and Jews can move to 0 Muslim countries? Why is that?
What about Dubai? What about
I'll ask
Saudi
it again.
Arabia? What about all of these countries? What are you talking about?
You mean the
You're
country?
just mentioning Qatar and Dubai and all of there's like a lot of expats living there.
So the middle. This is my point, and I'm glad you're catching on.
Yeah.
That I'm not racist. I'm pointing out.
Well, there are Christian countries who like shit. I wouldn't lose that because of the economy.
I'm pointing out that in certain Muslim countries they're getting it right, or at least
Okay.
attempting to.
Good for them.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, good for them. Good for Qatar. Good for UAE. Good for Saudi and what MBS is doing. Good for them. They're examples of what could be.
What the fuck?
If they took the billions of government of international aid, could be Dubai, but they decided to make a terror state.
Oh my God, this guy.
That I'm asking is,
Are you saying that like, there's so many money coming in and
This is the same show that Anna and Jink went on. Yes.
just like Hamas used it in order to make weapons?
there's people of Hamas who are literal billionaires,
Like Saudi Arabia, the
flying around on private jets.
Saudi Arabia, the freaking oh no,
When you think of Yale,
the role model.
secret societies,
Oh God, we want to see that one too. That's
I actually think you're a smart guy. I actually think you know your stuff.
Where were we? Yeah, this is that same show.
How do you do
Well,
that?
maybe let's stop.
So how about
let's stop summer schools where they teach about
really?
jihad. Talk about is Gaza. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
because
the
that's
world.
what's happening right
You're
now.
so obsessed with this one topic.
I am.
You're so obsessed.
Okay,
Because my family lives there.
Just like I'm obsessed by the top of the hour ad break, which isn't anywhere close, but we are kind of near the middle of the hour ad break. That's right. There's 2 ad breaks every hour. I always forget to call them out because it doesn't give me a warning, but I'm giving you the warning this time. And that warning says that you will be watching 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads unless you can find a way to get a sub. You can do it for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do it for $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or if you're really lucky, you might get gifted it, right? You might do it through no action of your own, but that sort of thing is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Families in Israel.
Really?
So only your family counts. My family doesn't
No,
count.
no, no. Okay, but like, did your family are living in an open air prison and being killed every day?
It feels like a symposium on like bad faith arguments.
Open air prison, the genocide.
Oh,
Get
okay.
them.
It feels like we're demonstrating like just sophistry.
You see how you
Get them new talking
You see
points.
how
Open air
it's the
prison.
only talking point.
Israel left
It's the
Gaza
only
in 2006.
It didn't leave. It
Okay.
left and it put it under blockade.
It's called a disengagement.
No, there's
why
no-
do they have a blockade? Maybe because they're shooting missiles hundreds of times
Oh my God, Canadian Brunch, thank you for the
a
subscription.
day. Yeah, I'd pretty much put a
Yeah.
country in a blockade if they were shooting missiles
You cut them
every
from
single
the air,
day.
cut them from the sea, cut them from the water. It's like, okay, go live. How do you do that?
Let's move on from Israel because I know you're
That is 31 months for you. Hello, Irene. It's lovely to see you again. You too.
hyper obsessed with it. Why?
I'm not hyper obsessed. You keep asking me about Israel.
No, I ask you about the world, and I'm asking you about Christianity and Muslims and Judaism. You want to focus on Israel. Why?
It's a Gish Gallop. It's a Mott and Bailey. It's anything and everything that you like learn in like rhetoric class or debate class or public speaking class, whatever, that you're not supposed to do. But here he is doing it for us.
Can Muslims move to any Christian country they want, but Christians and Jews can move to 0 Muslim countries? Why is that?
What about Dubai? What about
I'll ask
Saudi
it again.
Arabia? What about all of these countries? What are you talking about?
You mean the
You're
country-
just mentioning Qatar and Dubai and all of there's like a lot of expats living there.
So the middle. This is my point, and I'm glad you're catching on.
Yeah.
That I'm not racist. I'm pointing out.
Well, there are Christian countries who like shit. I wouldn't lose that because of the economy.
I'm pointing out that in certain Muslim countries they're getting it right, or at least
Okay.
attempting to.
Good for them.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, good for them. Good for Qatar. Good for UAE. Good for Saudi and what MBS is doing. Good for them. They're examples of what could be done. Gaza, if they took the billions of government of international aid, could be Dubai, but they decided to make a terror state. So the question that I'm asking is,
are you saying that like, there's so many money coming in and just like Hamas used it in order to make weapons?
there's people of Hamas who are literal billionaires living in Qatar, flying around on private jets. How do you explain that?
They're horrible people, and I don't condone them. All right.
Okay.
I'm talking about the millions of people in Gaza.
But horrible people, Hamas. Let's not talk about that. We'll move on. But Israel. Let me give you a dissertation
Dude,
over here.
like, I'm
trying to give you
you're
some.
just like shouting over me.
I'm
just
not.
to make
Because every time I'm talking,
you are basically
you talk.
going around all of the stuff that's happening.
Every time I'm talking, you talk. That's because you won't stop talking over him. What do you mean?
People that is bad, and then what you're doing is you are undertoning. You are trying to find an excuse to keep that killing in Gaza continue because
Essentially,
Muslims.
and here's what sucks about this, right? This conversation, this debate, this discourse that never ends, right? All the while, more people are losing their homes, more people are losing their safety, more people are losing their lives. And this serves to just filibuster while that's happening.
So let's just like kill those people in Gaza.
You are
this is exactly what
so
you're doing.
intellectually lazy. It's comical because I'm not even talking about Gaza.
You keep insulting me.
We're
keep
gonna
insulting me
wrap up.
Because I'm trying.
Because she's like you are a motherfucking racist. You know, like how would you
What
feel
have I
if
said that's
that?
racist? I'm saying that
Everything
there's.
that you say about racism, the way that you speak about Muslims, that we are terrorists and we are horrible people. Basically, you're telling people that we deserve to die. And Israel has everything to do in order to kill those people. Anyways,
I've said zero of those words.
Hopefully, if
you were putting all those words in my mouth, I said zero of those
cousin,
words.
who's a doctor, get killed tomorrow, I'm going to send you a postcard.
So if my actual cousin gets killed in Israel, that's okay.
They will not, because
That's
you know
okay.
what? They are safe because he's not living in an open air prison.
Why are they safe? Maybe because they have the Israeli Defense Force, the Iron Dome that
Good for
stops
you.
all the missiles.
They don't have that.
Yeah, but
they don't have that.
Maybe you should have built that instead of tunnels.
Oh my God! Maybe you should build a giant crystal palace. Maybe you should build an Iron Dome. Maybe you should have built the freaking eighth wonder of the world instead of, oh my God, this guy.
What billion foreign aid are you?
How much money does Iran give? How much money does Qatar give? How much does the international community?
Actually trickled through Israel. You understand that Israel is actually holding
your
that tax
argument
money
holds
from,
no weight because all you're doing is defending Hamas. You have zero argument.
I'm the last one to defend Hamas, by the way, and I've actually said the terrorist group, and I'm a big fan of Hamas. But I'm just giving you some facts. Every single money that goes into Gaza goes through Israel. As a matter of fact, Biden has a big problem with Netanyahu because he's withholding the tax money that paid by the Palestinian people to the Palestinian Authority, and Netanyahu is holding it back. Have you heard about that? Have you read about that? Just 2 days ago, if you're reading your stuff, but you don't. But the thing is, Netanyahu is holding back the tax money from the Palestinian in West Bank, and he's not giving it to
You're so funny, man. You're so funny.
No, you're just
saying
so ignorant.
You're saying all the money that's going to Hamas is coming through Israel. Sure.
Filtered through Israel.
Sure. All
filtered
the money
through Israel.
Yeah, all the money from Iran going right through Israel. Sure. That's likely. All the money from Qatar.
Transferred by Netanyahu in 2019, the Likud party, telling them that he is actually overlooking the amount of money coming from Qatar, and he is doing that in order to split the Palestinian Authority. Listen to me.
I'm familiar with this. I'm not disagreeing with.
How about you listen, educate yourself about that.
I'm not disagreeing that Netanyahu has done some fucked up things.
Here it is.
Okay.
Here it is. Oh my God. Here it is.
Biden is in frustrating call told Bibi to solve Palestinian tax revenue issue.
Yeah, because Israel is withholding the taxes. You understand every single money transaction.
That's your argument right there?
That's part of the argument. Every single money transaction, whether it's taxes, whether aids, it has to go through the Israeli government.
So all the money that Iran is funding Hamas, you're saying that goes through Israel? Is that what you're saying?
Through Qatar, through Israel.
Okay. That's so false. It's so flagrantly false.
I want you to educate yourself more.
Okay, I will. I'll go read up on this. But if you mean to tell me that Israel is intercepting the money that Iran is sending to Hamas and says, yeah, we'll send it to you guys. But believe me, they're not doing it.
By the way, it's 11:15. It's 11:15. We're going to wrap up. Here's what I will say. I'm going to be very honest with both of you guys. I mean, I've been listening to both of you guys, and I love this. I love this. Let me tell you why. The average American right now is sitting there. There's a group that agrees with you. There's a group that agrees with you. Regardless of what it is, a lot was said, and it was actually pretty educated discussion. For me, I'm normally not this quiet. I love the fact that I heard this conversation. I loved it.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire
Worst debaters think he's a king. Worst debate pervert, right? He will read a rabbit hole. Oh my God.
Not the person to speak for feminists in
God. So chat, I don't know. Do you want to watch this? We didn't quite get to the sub goal, but this is the second part, I think, or maybe the first part to the debate that we watched. In fact, this might even overlap. Right? This is Vaush talking about how the left should acknowledge men's issues. I don't know. Maybe since we didn't hit the goal, we can save it for another day. There's also this one, right?
That I played were the original Tomb Raider games. They're so old. I wasn't even old enough to play them on my own. I played them with my dad.
So he's talking about like Laura Croft, and this is what I posted. Oh my God, wow. This is what I posted on my community page. My dogs are goth. Thank you for the gifted membership to Donald James X. Donald James X has become a member. Loon is like, oh fuck, more Vaush. I don't know. We have it, chat. I just like, I don't know. Like, I'm of two minds. Like I said, like I don't want to cover excessive Vaush. It's starting to get to me. It's starting to kind of get to me.
Hello. So, yet another Western military intervention in the Middle East, which are, I would say, well known for their success and general triumph. This time, it is, of course, the US and the...
We'll try some Owen Jones. How about that?
UK bombing Yemen. That is after the dominant Houthi movement there, which rules much of Yemen after a particularly gruesome civil war there, which has gone on for many years. Declared that in solidarity with the people of Gaza, they would stage attacks on ships, major shipping routes. Britain and America have gone, well, we will now retaliate with bombing. That is just the general gist of what's happened. It's a little bit more complicated than that Piracy, but we have the best possible expert to talk us through what the hell is going on, what the hell is going to happen plausibly, and what an alternative is, because that question is going to be asked. What would you do then? What would you do? So we're joined by the brilliant David Waring, who is a lecturer in international relations at the University of Sussex. He wrote a brilliant book called
Looney Tunes, thank you for the bits.
And Arabia, which after this you should all do and combine. Hi David, how you doing? Yemen, right? So you had the Arab Spring in 2011, and in many countries you had...
I know we've got some Eel Pit fans, right?
What happened? I mean, it doesn't just start in 2011 because the Houthi movement predates that. So who are the Houthis? What happened between 2011 and 2015, basically?
And there's actually more... Oh, yeah. I got some more... Okay, we'll watch a little bit of this, but like, yeah, I want to show you a pretty amazing diving video, and it's amazing because these people are diving in a way that no one should ever dive. Nothing that they do is recommended. Everything that they do is really a bad idea, and it's kind of amazing. It's a new little discovery that I've made of a channel that does just some ridiculous things.
Paramilitary group who originate in the northern part of Yemen, sort of mountainous region in the northern part of Yemen, who have this kind of antipathy with the central government, who aren't too impressed with the Saudis as well and what they perceive as Saudi interference in Yemen. The Houthis are kind of religious fundamentalists, but also kind of anti-Western. There's some religious convergence with Iran as well, not complete, but it's enough for them to build up a kind of relationship with Iran. The central government in Yemen, supported by the British and the Americans throughout the 2000s, it's like war and terror period, right? wages repeated small wars against the Houthis, which achieved nothing. The Houthis are resilient, they withstand this assault. 2011, as you mentioned, these Arab uprisings around.
So this is some background, like, and I told you I don't know the most in the world about like the Houthi government or the other government in Yemen. I'm aware of the civil war. I'm aware of the U.S. and Saudi actions in that country, but there's a lot of I'm hoping this will kind of fill in some of the gaps for us.
The region, including in Yemen, the president Ali Abdullah Saleh, who's been fighting,
and there's the ad break,
against the Houthis, is overthrown, replaced by an interim government. Now, at this point, that president, who's been fighting all these wars with the Houthis, somehow enters into an alliance of convenience with the Houthis, and together they topple the interim government and try and take over. Now, from sort of 2014, 2015, when that happens onwards, there's a war between the Houthis and Saleh on the one hand, and pretty much everyone else in Yemen on the other hand.
So Saleh is the ex-president, right, who had the kind of alliance of convenience with the Houthis. A president, I believe, since 1999.
And the interim government is backed
until 2011.
An intervening coalition led by Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and behind them, the British and Americans, who are providing all the arms for the Saudis and the Emiratis to use to fight this war. The Houthis grow stronger and stronger. The Saudis thought that this whole war could be done and dusted in a few months.
Done and dusted.
In fact, they got stuck in the...
Somebody tell me about done and dusted. I keep on hearing done and dusted. Where does done and dusted come from? Like, is this a British phrase or... Because I always hear it in cooking channels, right? When they're like, they tell you how to cook something and they're like, done and dusted. Completed, finished. Yeah, that's what it means, right? But where does it come from? Like, what is it like a British phrase? I want to know how those fish deal with zero sunlight. Oh, in the eel pit? Yeah, me too. Eels win, fatality. Yeah. See, like, I root for the eel pit too. I just source and Brit. Yes. Okay, so this is a British thing and I don't have to feel bad about not knowing it. That's all I'm asking, chat. Is like, does me not knowing it mean that I'm, not smart? That's what Google says. Dusted it off, like, what? Yeah, like, I mean, it makes sense, but I just hadn't heard it until I started watching these, like, YouTube Shorts cooking channels.
Quagmire for 7 years. Houthis get stronger, they sweep Saleh aside, and now they're in command. Where we are now, 7 years on, 7 or 8 years on from that war starting, is that the Houthis have gone from a small paramilitary force in the northern part of Yemen to being effectively a parastate, controlling the most populous part of Yemen, the north and west, and controlling this bit of coastline, crucially, next to the Red Sea, past which 15 to 20% of global shipping flows. So that's a long period of various people bombing the Houthis. That's not new from the Houthis' point of view, and it hasn't made them weaker, put it that way. And that takes us up to where we are today.
So it's interesting this because a lot of people, Yemen has not been on the radar. Something I've written about over the years. I've been to a Yemeni refugee camp, met children who've gone through terrible traumas, drawing pictures of not of cats and animals, but kids on swings, but rather of dead bodies in the streets with blood. Really horrible. I'm just wondering, I mean, a lot of people think, well, this is a new intervention. This is Britain and America, they're bombing it. But the point is that actually the Saudi-led coalition has been armed and backed, not just armed and backed by the US and Britain, but we're more involved than that, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this war between 2015 and 2022, which is kind of on a period of unofficial truce now and going through negotiations, but which ran with sort of full-blown war for 7 years. This was one of the worst wars on the face of the planet for a long time. And Britain and America were right in the thick of it, in the sense that it wasn't them doing the fighting. It was, as I mentioned, the Saudi-led coalition. largely through airstrikes, Saudi airstrikes, supporting forces on the ground, and also a blockade on the Houthi-controlled parts of Yemen. So indiscriminate bombing and a blockade of the area in which your enemies are located, which obviously will sound familiar to people who've been following the war in Gaza. It's basically the same kind of collective punishment, an attempt to terrorize and coerce and punish the population to get them to turn against the rebel group.
So you heard Vaush's explanation of like what might be the Yemeni motive, like the clear disavowal of any possibility that it might be for the reasons stated, right? And you know, just almost a certainty, like the description that Vaush leaves us with is they're just bad. They're like, I don't know, chaos agents or something, right? They just they're pirates. They're evil. And as you may have suspected, that is not the real motivation. This makes a lot more sense, at least in, you know, them feeling a certain degree of sympathy, having gone through a similar experience to people in Gaza, that there might be a little sympathy there.
It's a kind of form of state terrorism, basically, and you can see this kind of form of violence going right back. Well, the British and the Americans were actively facilitating this. It wasn't just a question of, you know, the arms that the Saudis and the Emiratis were using were arms that had been sold to them in the dim and distant past and now happen to be being used in Yemen. It was that Britain and America provided an ongoing supply of bombs, missiles, spare parts and components, maintenance of these jets, training of the pilots. The British and the Americans facilitated this aerial bombing campaign. The Americans were providing mid-air refueling for the jets when the jets were on their, you know, bombing runs, these indiscriminate bombing runs. And so Britain and America really were accessories to mass murder, to put it in sort of, you know, basic colloquial terms. Throughout this period, they facilitated this whole thing, just as they're facilitating what's happening in Gaza at the moment. And so, you know, the antipathy that the Houthis have towards the British and the Americans isn't something that comes out of nowhere. It's rooted in that. And of course, I mean, this is a wider story, but just to note it, Britain was the colonial power in Aden, in southern part of Yemen, for a long period of time, from the 1830s until the 1960s. And so people in Yemen have long, you know, they have memories just as just as we do in this country. They're aware of that history, you know, and so that antipathy goes a long way back, and it's based on something.
I mean, there's been a huge, terrible human consequence, hasn't there? The Saudi-led war in Yemen. Around 300,000, it's believed, have been killed, and 15,000 directly from Saudi-led airstrikes. And I make that point to make a pretty gruesome point that I've made previously, which is when we look at Gaza, and we're looking often at the moment at the death toll is the violent death tolls, people directly killed by weapons. But in war, most people don't die as a direct consequence of the violence; they die of other reasons, including the collapse of the medical and the healthcare system. And that has happened. That's been one of the big contributing factors, of course, to how many people have died in Yemen. Yeah. But, you know, I mean, that scale of humanitarian catastrophe is something which most people aren't aware of. But I mean, it is the consequence, isn't it, of a UK and US backed war. This isn't just a new thing that happened. This is just more violence, which the UK and US have been involved in.
Yeah, I mean, that humanitarian crisis, as you say, it's a really important point that you raised, the fact that, you know, a large amount of people will be killed by indiscriminate bombing. But the damage to healthcare, the damage to the economy, the undermining of people's ability to secure the means of survival is actually more dangerous. You know, I mean, there was a report from Save the Children, I think this was in 2017. So only a couple of years after the war started, they reported that 85,000 infant children, so I'm not talking about children from the age of 0 to 18, I'm talking about children under the age of 5, according to Save the Children's estimate, had died as a result of starvation or disease in Yemen, as a result of this man-made humanitarian catastrophe. Man-made humanitarian catastrophe created in no small part, not exclusively, because the Houthis had their role as well, but in no small part created by our allies, and I can't stress this enough, with our help, with our active assistance. And so, you know, I think people who are shocked and unsettled by what they see in Gaza now. I think it's really important to stress that this isn't something new and unique. I mean, Western violence often looks like this. You know, we could talk about a whole host of precedents in the colonial era and after that. But just in the last few years, you know, this horrific humanitarian crisis, named as by the UN for a period as the world's worst humanitarian crisis, the crisis in Yemen. Man-made, as I say, and we're seeing it repeating here. I think what's shocking about Gaza is that in some ways it's almost worse, you know, and as people, both of us, we followed this war in Yemen throughout. It's particularly shocking because I think Yemen struck me as this sort of catastrophe of biblical proportions, and yet we've got something that's happening in Gaza now, which somehow is even worse in terms of, you know, proportion of people affected in the territory, proportion of people killed.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
because especially because lots of people have tried to play whataboutery with Yemen. People who did not care about Yemen before Gaza happened. Well, why don't you say anything about Yemen? Well, we have. We've been talking about Yemen for years, actually. But this isn't to belittle the horror of Yemen. Yemen has a much, much bigger population than Gaza. Its population is about 33 million. The pre-war population of Yemen was about 2.2 million, 2.3 million. In any case, so when we talk about the figures, the horrible figures in Yemen, it's over a much longer period of time.
Yeah.
There's a much bigger population.
Yeah.
But what I was wondering is, a lot, you know, one response I could just come up with is to go, well, does it really matter about UK and US bombing actually, other than, you know, if there were civilian fatalities? That obviously that is a horrible thing which we need to condemn. But I mean in a crude, cold, calculating way, which is if Britain and the US are already getting the Saudi-led coalition to do their dirty work, and that's failed, the Houthis are still there, thriving on their own terms after so many years. Does it really matter if the British and the US say, well, we're doing it directly now? It's not just the Saudi-led coalition doing it. We're now doing it directly. In a sense, you could go, well, it doesn't really matter. It's just a PR stunt. But is it actually potentially a lot more serious than that?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, look, the Saudis have been trying to get out of this for a while. You know, the war sort of ground to a halt in 2022. There's been an informal truce and there's been negotiations, getting close to a kind of peace deal until this happened, you know. And what little I've been able to read in the past sort of 24 hours from reports from Yemenis on the ground is this kind of, wow, we lived through that and we thought we were getting to peace and now here we are again. It's worth saying that if you can't defeat the Houthis with 20 years of bombing by various different people, it's difficult to see how a few extra.
So yeah, like there's two courses of actions, and again, you know, granted, like this is like not our choice. This is not Vaush's choice, ostensibly. This is the choice of, you know, the American, you know, geopolitical, like, apparatus, right? And like, you, on one hand, you've got the idea of the Houthis are a problem. They're stopping trade. Let's bomb them and see if they relent, see if they stop, right? And that's after, like we're saying, these people have been bombed. These people have been attacked for years and years and years, right? That's one idea, right? Doesn't seem like the best idea considering, you know who you're bombing there. Even from a practical point of view, if all you want to do is be like Vaush and be like, get those boats back in the water, Jack, get that maritime trade started back, toot toot, we're coming through, right? Even if you're riding with Biden and Vaush, like, it kind of seems like the more likely, you know, path to get that to happen is to do something about what's going on in Gaza, which you should be doing anyway, regardless, right? But it's not what's happening. It's not.
Missiles last night is gonna change much. I don't see the Houthis being deterred particularly from the disruption they were causing in the Red Sea, and these airstrikes, you know, they can have an effect in the sense that, you know, it feeds this escalatory dynamic, right? I mean, the British and the Americans appear to seriously.
Okay, so whoever left,
that they can deter the Houthis through
It's gonna whoever left just now, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, right? You might be missing something. Did you see that? Did you see what just happened? Look at this. What is that? Would you cover Lonerbox and Keffel's defaming Dat Katie? When did this happen, Dave? I am very much interested. I know, didn't Dat Katie, I think, debated Lonerbox sometime recently, but I thought I didn't know if the video was up. No, you don't have to tell on people. We're not the Stasi here. I'm not gonna keep a dossier on everybody who leaves stream. It just, yeah, they're not gonna get to see that. Like, whatever that is, right? Whatever that is right there, which is kind of what I've been working up to here. They're gonna have to miss, unfortunately. Today on Keffel's stream, god damn, she's just like gotta start shit up. So she's going after Dat Katie now? Over the debate? Not Lonerbox? Wait, is it just Keffel's going after that, Katie? Like, they need to be careful because, like, I know that, like, you know, Keffel's, you know, really hates on some people, but the way she does it is a way that confirms that somebody that you thought might have been cool is actually pretty cool. Like, it's not really sending the signal that I think that Keffel's, you know, thinks it is if she disapproves of people, right? That's like Hasan saying that Willie Mack sucks, right? It's gonna have the opposite effect of what Hasan might prefer. But so what happened on Keffel's VOD today? Her chat was the worst. They were calling her crazy. Did Keffel's debate Dat Katie? Keffel's was watching the debate? So is that what it was? Keffel's watched the Katie versus Lonerbox debate? I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying to understand. What is a Keffel? But if you're... I'm very much interested in what you're talking about. And I want to know more. So we think it was... Heffel's... like reacting to the debate between Lonerbox and Dat Katie. See, that sounds interesting to me too. Like, even just like the debate between Lonerbox and Katie. That sounds really interesting. I just didn't know that video was out. Dat Katie is a sometimes NCC chatter who became a streamer and is sometimes known as the Vaush Whisperer, because she had a debate with Vaush where she didn't get him to change his mind on anything, but she really made him look ridiculous. And she did it without getting what usually happens after somebody makes Vaush look ridiculous, which is, you know, them getting his entire like fan base like angry and have, you know, getting harassed by them, like, right? Usually that's how things go. Somehow Katie somewhat won Vaush's chat over, and the rest is legend. No, she's does, you know, debates and stuff like that, but yeah, she's hated by, it's funny, the people that hate Katie, like, it's so far has served as a pretty good litmus test. Like, right, people that hate Katie are generally not good people. That's just what I've found so far. She's had 2 debates where she's wrecked Vaush. Yeah, I know I saw at least one of those. What do we know about so Sarah, like, people are telling me that Katie is that Keffels is going after Katie now. Is that right, chat? Is that what we've got? Is that the intelligence that we've gathered in our clandestine dossier? Yeah, I don't think I agree with Katie on absolutely everything, but it's just she, you know, like, we're talking about Twitch politics here, right? There's not a lot of good voices out there, and Katie's is a pretty strong voice and a pretty good voice. I think Katie is probably one of the best debaters I've ever come across. I really think she has an amazing skill at debate. Keffels discussed Katie at some point while this loner box discussion was being reacted to. So Keffels has reacted to the that's what I thought. Keffels reacted to the loner box, and I haven't reacted. Keffels beat me to the okay, not that we're in a competition or anything, chat. It's nothing like that. I thought it was a manifesto. Yo, it might be soon. Wait, Katie, has Katie had manifestos on her? I feel like she's one of those people, like chat, I've had, let me see. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chat, I'm a 6 manifesto girl. I've had 6 manifestos on me. And I'm not even talking about like streams, right? Sometimes a stream is a manifesto, right? Sometimes it serves the same purpose, but I'm talking about just purely like extremely long documents that people have written about me to say what they don't like about me, right? I've had that happen like 6 times, and I feel like Katie's one of these people that, you know, is more likely to be manifestoed. It kind of just means you're based. And the more manifestos, the more base. If your online activities cause bad people to write a manifesto, that you're going in the right direction. God, I wish I had a diamond sword. Speaking of going in the right direction. So chat, should we watch this? Is that what you want? Like, I'm game for it. Okay, even though we didn't hit the sub goal tonight, and I'm supposed to like limit my time online when the sub goal isn't hit, I feel like I gotta have a little bit more fun before we stop streaming. Let's do something fun. That is at least in nod territory. There's way too many manifestos, aren't there? There's the Xanifesto, there's the Hasanifesto, There was a Destiny manifesto against